Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, the divinity that I bow to inside you. And as we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this place. And hello, Cryptic. Welcome. Namaste, Sky Guardian. Namaste, Aquarius Lady. Hello, Natalia. Thank you, Cryptic, for blessing us with a heart meet so early on. Arion Tatsat. And thank you, Pantagor, for your heart meet too. Jai Sitaram. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking, Natalia. Thank you, Cryptic, for another rose. There's a rose on my microphone today. And in my hair, all around me, actually. But yes, I'd like to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming, all-inclusive environment for people to be themselves. Feel free to express themselves as what works best for them in their own unique, individual ways. And I hope that we can uplift each other and relate in one another's experiences. And thank you, Cryptic, for your 10 share you ups too. Arion Tatsat. Sky Guardian, you share that you haven't seen Echo Leaf in a while, so you shall play his part. Why is there a sock on the microphone? You're funny. Radhe Radhe Gregarji. Thank you, Pantagor. I'm glad you like my shirt, Natalia. And, welcome, Living Zombie. Happy to have you back here. So since you are so early, I have a question of the day for all of you if you're interested in participating. Let me just bring it up. Today I'm wondering from you, what did I ask again? I have to look at my own screen. What makes everyone so special? That's it. I'd like to know, what makes everyone so special? All of us are so unique, so individual. What grants us that ability? Why is everyone so precious in their own right? I'd love to know. Thank you, Cryptic, for your octet of team bracelets still. And Pantagor, thank you for your community fest. And your tiny. Yippee! Cryptic, you shared their insights on the world around us, their different opinions. You're very right, aren't ya? Yeah, I concur. Space Dust, you share that you envision me traveling around the world for some reason. Well, I would like to do that. That sounds nice. It's expensive, though. Divine Souls. Yes, I love that answer. Ooh. One with a microphone and a guitar, bass guitar, and music notes in your username. You'll have to give me a better name for you. For now, I'll call you Musical Melody. And Courtney, you share their existence. How special we all are, so different and connected as one, so that we can experience each other and other aspects of ourselves. Definitely. And Gregar, you share because they have wisdom, emotions, and things to teach you that no one else can. Wonderfully said. I agree. Courtney, you share we're all walking each other home. Oh, Ram Das, speak so easily through you. And hello, Anna. And thank you, Ginseng, for your fire. Radhe Radhe. And Anna, thank you for your quartet of roses still. You want me to make you sleep? All right. I'll just drop a really big rock. Clunk. Right on your noggin. You'll be going me in no time. But in absence of a physical rock, maybe I can drop a spiritual rock on you. What that means, we'll have to see. And hello, Renex. You're wondering, how am I feeling? I'm feeling up. Feeling happy. Thank you for asking. And thank you, Usha, for your community fest. Hare Krishna. Spacey Casey, I like your name. You ask, what's something I'm passionate about? I'm passionate about hearing everyone's answers to my question of the day today. Hello, Alex. Jesse, you share their experience. Everyone's experiences are also so special. And Terrence, you share that everyone is special because we are all a miracle of creation. Without the stars, we wouldn't be here. So true. Gregor G, you'll take one rock treatment as well, please. There are plenty of big rocks to go around. And thank you, Paige, for your heart me too. Radhe, Radhe. And B525, thank you for your rose. I am Jan today. You shared their laugh. Each person is always different and charming. You're so right. Thank you, Ren X. And good morning, Paige. Ren X, you add that everyone deserves to be happy. You are right. And Pantagor, you have a question. Would I choose traveling or possibly choose love? Well, I already have one of those things, as I am in love with everything. I have fallen deeply in love in the universe. Traveling is something that I have yet to do. Hello, Bree. Paige, you share we are all one. Anna, you share that a rock of peace, harmony, and love. Yes, that is the kind of rock I wish to drop on all of you, as it is grounding and stable. With enough peace, harmony, and love, oh, you cannot be weighed down by anything more. You are unmoved by the wind. And user 224, you share their temperament that influences how we react to everything around us. Yeah. Sky Guardian, you share what makes you special is you're not special in a world where everyone is trying to be the most special. And Spacey Casey, you share you're passionate about asking questions. Individuality makes people special. I love that answer. Thank you. And I love your questions. The D, you share the fact that we are made of the same genetic material as the universe. I like that. I'm glad you like my shirt, Tammy. So thank you, everyone, for attending to this question of the day. I am so grateful. So grateful indeed that we got to explore this topic, since we are all such beautiful and individual beings. How wonderful, indeed. And thank you, Anna, for your finger heart. Jai Sitaram. And Ostlending, thank you for your trio of rosas. Bloxy, you share that your girlfriend loves you, but her parents and siblings don't trust you. Is it something you have done? Well, naturally, we are going to be protective of our loved ones, and trust is something that is earned, and you are still earning their trust, and that's okay. It takes a long time, but if you show them that she is truly happy with you, then how could they have anything against you when all they want for her is her own happiness too? Thank you, Alice. Pantagor, you are faced with this choice, and you are looking for different ways to get an answer to it. Travel versus love. Travel is a choice, but love is never a choice. You do not choose to fall in love. And no matter where you go, you will find love. There is not a single place in the universe where love cannot be found. Whether you decide to travel or not, you will always be choosing love. And that's a good observation, Gregor G. You see a metal ice bath. You have one just like it. Behind me, it's for the birds. It's the bird fountain, bird bath, that's what it's called. And thank you, Valentina, for your ice cream cone. Hare Krishna. Hello, Anya. Yes, I remember you. You were struggling with a breakup. Well, how are you feeling now? You share, you're back together, and you just want to thank me for my kind words at the time you really needed it. Well, you're very welcome, and you certainly deserve to be happy. No matter if you're alone or together or anything in between or beyond. And no, I don't think I have ever played a game from the Persona series map. And hello, Paloma. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Mary, you're wondering, am I really outside? I'm as outside as anyone could be. Such is why I have this backdrop of flowers, which is in my hair. And I also have I have two kitties with me to my left. They're outside in their catio. Sandy, say, can you look at me, Mr. Beans? No, doesn't want to. Shadow. They create a good atmosphere, a catmosphere, if you will. Oh, to be Sandy. Yes. Now he's looking at himself. And yeah, you shared 100% definitely helped you to find yourself being alone for a while. I'm so glad to hear that. And thank you, Aquarius lady, for your tiny. Yippee! Hello, Hanika. I've gone live early today, so you can go to bed earlier. Maybe even before 5 a.m. this time. Thank you, Romina, for your rose too. Andy, you concur, solitude is great. Silence is golden. Talon, you share that you apologize to some people who deserved it from way back when it feels good to say it. I'm happy to hear that. That's wonderful. Apologies can be very relieving. Sometimes it feels like we're bringing ourselves down, but actually when we apologize, we bring each other up. In Tea Coffee, you share, after 8 years of marriage, you've decided to break up with your wife. You feel so guilty for that decision. I like your word choice. Break up. You need not feel guilty for some choice that you have made that I'm sure lots of time and thought has went into. I trust your decision, and if you feel in your heart that the two of you will be even happier learning your independence, then that's something that I support. Sometimes the most beautiful friendships happen after breakups, not always before. Did you miss the cat? Asked Hanukkah. Well, the cat's with me. I can show you the cat again. There he is. Sandy Beans. Hey! He's licking himself. He's been eating all these roses. He just loves chewing on them, right? Yeah. He's a flower-tarian. He eats flowers. So funny. Yeah, he's got it. Yeah. Eat that flower. You got it. Yum, yum, yum. He just loves eating flowers. I don't know what it is. So, since we are so early, I'd love to read to you all. I like to start my lives with a short reading. And then we can really open the Sangha up to whatever else we want to explore today. I'm going to maximize the book cover for anyone who wants to know what we're reading, if they come in. So today we're reading from the 4th chapter of In Love at Ease, about everyday spirituality with Pramukh Swami. This chapter is called Embracing All, and Swamishri has done a really good job in his life doing exactly that. So I'm hoping we all can learn from his experience so we can learn to embrace all too. Swamishri followed through on his promises to help those in need. To embrace all, one fulfills promises. Swamishri was traveling in Silvassa in western India, a small city whose name bears remnants of its Portuguese colonial past. Ismail Muhammad Khalifa, a barber from a small village near the town of Dharampur, wrote Swamishri a postcard with a dilemma. Swamishri, I am a skilled barber. I just do not have enough money to purchase a comb, razor, and shears to start my own hair-cutting business. I have been renting this equipment and it reduces my profits and savings. Many have told me that you have an enormous heart. I hope that you find space in it to help me and my family. Swamishri had never met this man, nor would he, but he realized what a difference this would make to the Muslim barber and his dependents. Swamishri asked Chinmay Das Swami, the lead sadhu in the region, to make the necessary arrangements for the barber. Chinmay Das Swami made a mental note of the task, but forgot while planning for Swamishri's departure to Mumbai later that evening. 5 days after Swamishri left, Chinmay Das Swami received a postcard from the barber following up on his request for assistance from Swamishri. Chinmay Das Swami did not think it necessary to consult with Swamishri in Mumbai, as he could logically arrange for the equipment in a few days. However, the lead sadhu received another postcard from the barber. Respected Swami, I am following up on my note from yesterday. Pramukh Swamiji has made the necessary arrangements for me to purchase my accessories and tools from Mumbai. I am fortunate to have received his blessings and assistance. There is nothing left for you to do now. The sadhu was in shock. He had forgotten the barber, but Swamishri responded to his call for help from Mumbai. Chinmay Das Swami has saved both postcards from Ismail in his personal diary. It is a constant reminder to him of who Swamishri was, an all-embracing guru who shouldered the responsibilities of strangers and their families, irrespective of their background. To embrace all is to think of each and every single person within a crowd, not just those with whom one can relate. Swamishri thought of the individual among the masses. He saw people and not masses. This is why Swamishri strove to arrive on time to Sabha, his assemblies. He did not like making people wait for him, nor could he tolerate it when they had to wait in inclement weather or circumstances to welcome or felicitate them. When Swamishri visited BAPS Sri Swaminarayan Mandir in Robbinsville for the first time in 2014 for its Murti Pratishta festival, tens of thousands of bhaktas, devotees, gathered from all over North America. Most of them knew this would be their guru's last trip to the United States of America. I remember standing on the side of the stage ramp with the August sun beating down with an intense fervor, matching the passion of the bhaktas in the crowd. Swamishri was 92, but I could see the excitement on his face. I was standing next to a senior sadhu who had traveled with Swamishri in the 1980s and 1990s. He commented, "It is boiling out." I had just come from inside and snuck up on the ramp. "Oh, come on, Swami. It is not terrible. Aren't you used to it? You have spent hotter summers in India with Swamishri." The senior sadhu was annoyed at my disregard for the bhaktas in the audience. "Do you know how long those bhaktas have been sitting out there under the afternoon sun, waiting for a glimpse of Swamishri?" I did not. I had just come from Swamishri's kitchen after making food for Hare Krishna Maharaj's tal. I smelled of spices and ghee, and had not been sitting in the sun for a good part of the day. The sadhu continued, "If Swamishri knew that these bhaktas had been patiently waiting for 3 to 4 hours, he would have had the lead sadhu's construct a tent to provide shade for them, or he would have instructed his personal attendants to arrange darshan timings for earlier in the morning or later in the evening after sunset." The senior sadhu narrated an incident he had heard from Swayam Prakash Das Swami, also known as the Dr. Swami. Swamishri was traveling in the Sabarkantha district of northern Gujarat in 1977. The daily schedule was taxing. He would visit half a dozen to a dozen villages and up to 120 homes in one day. Each village would organize a makeshift procession. These processions were pulled together with whatever people could find, like misfit musical bands, which were part of larger marching bands or street musician ensembles. There would be a horse or an elephant. The route of the procession would change at a moment's notice as several hundred people gathered to appreciate the spectacle. There were only 2 constants. One, Swamishri's excitement to engage with each individual with a smile, a hand gesture, or a calling of their name. And 2, the excitement of the villagers and bhaktas to gaze at their guru. At one such procession, which was also the 3rd procession of the day, Swamishri arrived in the village just a few minutes before lunchtime. Dr. Swami felt the heat to be unbearable and realized it was only going to get worse as noon approached. The procession, driven by the enthusiasm of the villagers, had the potential to drag out for a few hours. He leaned over and whispered in Swamishri's ear, "I think this is only going to get more chaotic. Why don't we just have you bless everyone here and start at the start and cancel this makeshift procession. This seems like a bad idea. Swamishri placed Dr. Swami's hand on the bald head of one of the villagers in the procession. Dr. Swami's hand shot back out of natural reflex. The Bhakta's head was blazing hot. Think about these villagers. They have been standing under the scorching sun for hours. And now we are going to tell them that the procession is cancelled? Please let me go through with it. It will not take too long, and I will have had the satisfaction of serving the villagers in this very minor way. Don't just think about me. Think about each and every villager here today. I am just one of them. To embrace all is to think as the collective we, and not as the individual self. Swamishri always put himself in the midst of those he cared for. His personal needs were second to the benefits and wishes of the collective we. Swamishri participated in the entire procession and did not get to lunch until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I was lost in a reverie thinking about Dr. Swami's interaction with Swamishri when the senior sadhu grabbed my hand and put it on a young volunteer's head. I let out a shriek of discomfort. The senior sadhu had made his point. You see why Swamishri would have asked for a covered tent for these devotees. As Swamishri's wheelchair rolled past me, I kept looking at his shiny, almost bald head. How many times must he have let his head burn to embrace the love and affection of others? And let's pause our reading of In Love at Ease there for now. So, thank you for listening. Now we may open up the Sangha to whatever your heart's desire. I am at your service. I'm happy you like the garden, Talita. It's my mother's. She takes good care of it when she has time away from work. Benjamin Button? You sure, Yam? I better stop being such an amazing human being or else you'll appreciate me. And then in asterisks you say appreciates. Oh, thank you. Anika, you're wondering what kind of work does she have? She is a receptionist for a swimming pool and ice rinks and tennis courts at a recreation center. She helps people go have fun and work out, exercise and bond with their friends. Oh, my apologies. I always forget that that song is much louder than the rest. And I also have the volume turned up unnecessarily loud today. This song should be much quieter. So should the rest of them. As well as the fact I've turned the volume down in general. Let me figure out what song that is. That's always louder than the rest. It was called The Peaceful Breeze. You know what? I'm just gonna delete it. It's always frustrating more people than it calms, so I am going to get rid of it. Peaceful breeze. There we go. Goodbye. Sky Guardian, you're wondering, should I mute the audio when you use the Vachanamrut command, or did I change it? Don't worry. I changed it back for you. Or did I? Hey, Vsauce. Yam-Socks here. What is a yippee? And does it really make a noise when no other tiny dinies are there to hear them squeam? Marcy, you ask, has anyone said to put the flower in my hair? Well, that's a good idea. Put it, there. I don't know what that looks like. Oh, that looks great. I look very Hawaiian now. Do I feel bonita? See. Gregor, do you share a world with no dinos? Might not even be a world at all. Indubitably. These roses smell good, shares Kiki. You can smell them all the way from here. Subtle. It's very subtle. But thank you to those who sent a gift while we were reading. Taylin, thank you. Thank you for your heart mate and your 38 team bracelets. Hariom Tadsat and Katie, thank you for your heart mate too. Jai Sitaram. Greg RG, you share. Why did you really feel like you caught a scent when I sniffed? That's been happening to me too. I think my nose is getting longer. I can smell from much farther away. Thank you, Strung by Stacy, for your TikTok. Jai Swaminarayan. Luke, you are thanking me for helping you with your panic attacks. It is my honor to be able to extend the help that has worked for me in my experiences with many of them. So thank you. Yes, Kiki, I have a younger sibling. A younger sister. And thank you, Kiki, for your rose too. And John, thank you for your tiny diny. Yippee! And Brandon Lee, you ask, did I delete all my content? It is not deleted per se, as it is sleeping. I had decided to private it all, but you're welcome to check out the frequently asked questions page in the link tree in my bio. And there I have, I think I have all the answers you'd need to understand why. And thank you, Rsi, for your finger heart. Here's one for you too. Jai Sitaram. And Isabella, thank you for your rose too. Hare Krishna. Strung by Stacy, thank you for your tiny dime. Yahoo! And thank you, Mills, for your tiny diny also. And thank you, Marcy, for your team bracelet. Radhe oh Radhe. And Mills, thank you for your little crown. Hariom Tatsat. Kiki, you're wondering, can I read more for your son? I tell you what, we can read a passage from the Pocket Pema Chodran for your lovely son. She has some wonderful words of advice, and they are just as universal as the teachings that Swamishri exemplified. This is my opinion. I hope that is an acceptable compromise. Let's see. Today let's read number 27, called We Start With Ourselves. In cultivating loving kindness, we train first to be honest, loving, and compassionate towards ourselves. Rather than nurturing self-denigration, we begin to cultivate a clear-seeing kindness. Sometimes we feel good and strong. Sometimes we feel inadequate and weak. But our loving kindness is unconditional. No matter how we feel, we can aspire to be happy. We can learn to act and think in ways that sow seeds of our future well-being, gradually becoming more aware of what causes happiness as well as what causes distress. Without loving kindness for ourselves, it is difficult, if not impossible, to genuinely feel it for others. Thank you for listening. That's number 27. We start with ourselves. That was a lovely verse. Lovely verse, innit? Namaste, Lupi Lane. And thank you, Mills, for your disco love, your whipped coffee, and another rose too. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Kiki, for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Talita, you ask, are those real birds? Where? I don't know. I don't think there's any fake birds around. My mother has a big collection of birds that come, especially hummingbirds. Hummingbirds love our backyard. Oh, you hear them. That makes sense. Oh, yes. No, there's lots of birds around. 31 planes of existence. You ask, why is self-love so hard? Because we feel all the mistakes we've made. We might see them in others, but we feel them inside. How can we forgive ourselves for all the pain we've caused others and ourselves? All of our thoughts. Oh my goodness, our thoughts. So difficult is it to even think a positive thought compared to how easy it is to think a negative one. On the inside, it's difficult to appreciate ourselves as a good person when we feel like we are not. Fortunately, even if one is the biggest sinner in the universe, whatever that means, self-love will only help you. We sometimes might feel like if we restrain from loving, then that'll be the negative reinforcement needed for growth. But I have found that this works in 1 in a million people. Very few people actually thrive under negative reinforcement. Same is true for ourselves. We might as well love ourselves, because when we love ourselves, we increase our ability to love others too. As we reflect in our own kindness, we are able to distribute that elsewhere too. generating a resource of respect, love, and kindness within yourself is what allows you to be even more potent in all of those things when it comes to others as well. And hello, Chloe. I'm doing well. Thank you. Kiki, you're wondering how to start with self-love. You start with self-love by recognizing that the best version of yourself is here now. That we don't put someone we want to be in the future. You want to be yourself now. You ask, but doesn't that mean that I will only be validating all of my bad habits and I won't grow if I accept who I am now? Actually, when we accept who we are now, that serves as the best stable platform in order to grow, because we accept that we are also growing and learning and changing. All of these things are also a part of you now. So through loving kindness to yourself, we accept that the best version of ourselves has always been this one. The version that you've always been. Because there are no versions of people. There is only people doing their best given the circumstances and experiences that they have at this time. You are so unique and so precious in your journey. You will only increase your efficiency at growing, progressing through self-love, so it befits you and everyone around you. And besides, you'll be a great role model for everyone, including your son. You can teach your son how to love others by loving him, but you can only teach your son how to love himself by loving yourself. People are peopling. I like that, Andy. It's a good word. To people or not to people. And thank you, Kiki, for your pair of roses. Hariom Tat Sat. And P-Flomatics, thank you for your rose. Hare Krishna. And 31 planes of existence, thank you for your hanging lights. Jai Sitaram. What have you asked me in Sanskrit, Sky Guardian? Is this Sanskrit? I think it is. Tad? No, this isn't Sanskrit, because you'd never have an E in it. Microphone. Okay, you've just transliterated microphone. You're asking if this is a sock in Sanskrit? I can't believe you. Oh my goodness. That's great. Wow. Just wow. Mimi says, thank you for your pair of applause. And Brilliant Genius, thank you for your rose. Radhe oh Radhe. Good night, Darian. Brilliant genius, you share that you told a kind stranger, a monk, about my live streams today. Oh my goodness. How did that come up? It's very wonderful. Maybe we'll see a monk come in rather soon. That'd be cool. Thank you for thinking of me. Love Goddess, you had asked, how can you stop your insecurities with your partner? By changing how you talk about your insecurities. Because if you talk about them as though there's something that needs to be stopped, then you only repress them further. No. You don't need to stop any part of you. You only need to let it blossom, let it grow. All emotions, they grow into something beautiful if you let them. But if you keep hacking them down as they try to grow, then of course they're going to sprout up again and again. But eventually, just like this rose bush, which starts off as a thorny mess, so prickly, beautiful flowers emerge, and the same is true with our insecurities. Don't try to hide them from your partner. If your partner is truly one whom loves you unconditionally, then you should feel safe to be vulnerable around them, and they will attend to your insecurities with love too. They're not bothered by them. Anyone who loves you should agree with this, that no part of you needs to be stopped or hidden. Embrace them and they will heal. Brilliant genius, you share that he came over to talk about Hare Krishna in Manchester, UK, and you thought you'd share it with him. Oh, that's lovely. That's cool. Thank you. Sky Guardian, you share, oh, by the way, you thought it was Sanskrit. You showed your mom and she said that was in Marathi, apparently. Well, there is no word for microphone in Sanskrit. I mean, an ancient language is not going to know. But other words in that was definitely Sanskrit, like asti. 902 construction, you share that your mom passed. Mothers are our first relationship in life. It starts even before birth. We develop an intimate connection with them. But one of the most miraculous things about a mother is that she doesn't just give birth to us, bring us into this life, but she implants a kind of love that continues to unfold throughout the entirety of our lives. If there is a fear that you will stop receiving the love of your mother, then know this to be untrue completely. Because that love is something even more miraculous than the miracle of birth. Just as you were once a part of her, she has implanted a part of herself in you. You know that in every single cell in the human body, inside the mitochondria, which you all know is the powerhouse of the cell, you have your mother's DNA unaltered. Unlike our chromosomes, which have bits and pieces of our mother and our father, in our mitochondria is a perfect copy of our mother's DNA, her mitochondrial DNA. The very same DNA that gave rise to all the energy of the mitochondria in her, that very same is in you too. And that's just one way in which the mother will always live on in you. But there is so much more to that than even physical. There are lessons that you will continue to grow from, learn from. There is an unfolding of love that you will not reach the bottom of. And what a precious relationship you have had. And now you carry her ashes around your neck. That's beautiful. And now that the heart is grieving, let it grieve. As one of our guests, Eric, said a few days ago, which stuck with me, grief is all the unexpressed love. And now that you are expressing it, beautiful things will happen as your heart is transforming. Speaking donkey, you share that you still have a dog tag your mom got you for Christmas from third grade. Aw. You know, I think my mother did the same thing. And it was around grade 4. She got me a dog tag. That's very wonderful. I love that. Anna, you share that you worship mitochondria there. It is a worthy of worship, that's for sure. A mother's love is like no other. I concur, Andy. And I like that, Gregor. We could use the Sanskrit for ear to make a microphone. Yeah, Sanskrit is actually unique in a way that it's very much alive. That there is a process for creating new words, which is nice. We don't really have that in English. We just kind of stick other words together, or make portmanteaus, or we just use Latin, which has a process, or Greek. But Sanskrit's very scientific. We could make a word for a microphone if we wanted. I don't actually know the word for the ear in Sanskrit, though. Thank you, Geeky, for your finger heart and pair of roses a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And I am greater than I was. You share that you just lost your mom last month. She has been called to be a mother elsewhere in the universe. And she's entrusting you that you are now wise enough to be her independent. But we will always depend on the mother's love that lives on through us. But I'm happy that you can relate with some of our guests here. Seem to be going through similar things as you. Strung by Stacy, you share that your mom passed away after years of dementia, and you thought it would be easier when she passed because you had already lost her, but it was not. In many ways it is easier. In many ways it is more of a challenge. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quintet of roses. And hey tonight, thank you for your 11 roses. And a tiny diny. Yippee! I am greater than I was. Thank you for your heart mate. Hari Om Tat Sat. And A1, B2, C3, D4. I love your username because I would do that all the time as a kid. A1, B2, C3, D4. I was always interested in finding these bijections, is what they're called in mathematics. Of course, I didn't know that they were called bijections. I loved looking at one set and another set and seeing how you could have a correspondence between them. And that's what I thought algebra was when I got older. I thought A, whenever you saw an A in an equation, it represented the number 1, B2, C3. But then I learned they could represent anything. But you share that your sweet, wise mother is 89 and you're so scared of losing her. We only have each other as family. You could never lose her. She might lose her body. Well, her body might lose her. But you could never lose the mother. You always have a mother. Whether the mother of the universe expresses herself in the form of a body or many, that love that flows through her to you, it comes from a place that can never leave, can never change. Creating awareness. Thank you for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Bree, you are asking if I can talk about healthy eating and how to guide your mind to healthier choices. If you want to guide your mind to healthier choices, then you need the right kind of knowledge. All of us have the right kind of knowledge within us, but we don't bring it to the intellect as often as possible. See, we can accumulate as much knowledge as we want, but if we don't act on it, then it just sits there, idle. So how do we take the knowledge and then get the mind to act on that? What we do is we constantly remember that knowledge. Imagine your intellect as a seat above the mind, and it's really slippery. It's all buttery. You can take knowledge and you can put it up on that seat, and then the intellect will use that to guide the mind. But the seat is so buttery that the knowledge keeps slipping off, and then something else comes in there. So you have to be very diligent. Every time you notice that you've forgotten that piece of knowledge that's motivating you, you lift it back up and sit it on the seat of the intellect. And it slips around, slowly moves, falls off. You pick it back up. You keep bringing this knowledge to the intellect. And how do we do that? With our ego. Remember this chain. Awareness, ego, intellect, and mind. The mind is controlled by the intellect is controlled by the ego, and the ego is controlled by awareness. Do you see how far away the awareness is, which is what you are, by the way, from the mind? You can never hope to guide the mind directly. That's the job of the intellect. But even the awareness and the intellect, it has an intermediary. We can't forget about that. That's the role of the ego. The ego's job is to accumulate a sense of self through association. And if you want the right association, that's called Satsang. Sanskrit word for Satsang means the right or the true association. That we associate with people that will bring us, that exemplify the right kind of knowledge. We associate with people, places, and things which give rise to experience that's conducive to this knowledge. And then the intellect will be seated with all that knowledge, and the mind will be called according to that knowledge. So don't expect your mind to change overnight, because it changes slowly as the intellect changes. And don't expect your intellect to change overnight, because that changes slowly as the ego changes. And don't expect your ego to change overnight, because that changes slowly as you direct your association, your identification, your awareness to what is Sat, rather than Asat, what is true. It all starts with the power of just giving your awareness to the right things. That's all you have to do. And this whole ego, this whole intellect, this whole mind, this whole sense system and body, it'll follow in a matter of days to weeks to months to years. It's a slow and it's an ancient system, but it works. All we have to do is every day just bring our awareness to something that will uplift us, and the whole system begins to sort itself out. That's the power of Satsang. Satsangha. Satsang. What that means is continue to watch videos that inspire you, uplift you. Read things that increase your knowledge. Surround yourself with people that motivate you. Don't try to change the mind all in one go. Make your room a reflection of your values. And stop giving your attention anywhere else. Don't give your attention to negative thoughts, people, places, or things. Decide today that I will give my awareness only to that which gives rise to ultimate happiness, peace, joy, bliss. Look for the good in others. Look for the good in yourself. Continue in this way, and a radical change will happen from the top down, transforming your life, and people will hardly recognize the person you will become through this great shift in your awareness. And thank you, Hanneke, for your rose you sent a moment ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Bree, thank you for your finger heart. Hare Krishna. Victoria, you are wondering, what's my choice or redirection when bad thoughts happen? We substitute them with the equivalent positive thought. Not the opposite positive thought. I think this is where we go wrong most of the time. If we think we're ugly, then one may feel like we should replace it with the thought that, no, I'm beautiful. But now we've created a contradiction. One thought says this, another thought says that. We should never try to contradict our thoughts by thinking the opposite. Instead, let us transform that thought into something positive. What is the truth in this thought? And how can it be expressed in a more healthy way? The thought is, I think I'm ugly. Why? Because I'm comparing myself to some standard. This is an accurate observation. So what's the positive reframing? Well, there's an opportunity for me here to let go of comparing myself. It's the same thought, just expressing something that's practical instead of something that's a label that's just going to weigh you down. We've transformed this conclusion into an opportunity. That I have an opportunity now with this thought to love myself more. There is a potential here to find more beauty in myself. And I don't find it yet, but that's okay. I want to, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to come to try to find that. So It's an equivalent observation we've made, but now in a positive frame. He doesn't contradict that thought. It actually opens it and takes what's good in it and allows you to grow from it. Oh, is there a flower still in my hair? Forgot about this. Maybe I can put it over my ear. Now my hair just covers it. Oh well. Ah, summer when the yam is in bloom. You're very funny, Bubbles. Here, I'll just leave it on my microphone for now. Or maybe I'll give it to Sandy, since he loves eating flowers. Isn't that right? You love eating flowers, eh? Would you like to eat this flower, Sandy? Hey, Mr. Beans. Want this flower? Yeah? You take it. Yum, 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 yum. It's so funny. Salad. The true stars of the Sangha, Sandy and Shadow. Oh, Shadow looks so blissed out. He's like got his mouth open, his eyes are half open. He's like, oh yeah. So funny. Beans. His name is Mr. Beans. That's his last name. Yeah. Sandy Beans. So I call him Mr. Beans. Shadow's last name is Bear. So he's Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear, Mr. Beans. And Painted Lady, Woodland Fairy, you are wondering? May you ask? Yes, you may. Am I doing the early live tomorrow, please? I've been trying to do earlier lives every day this week. Yesterday, I really struggled. Today, I was able to do 2 hours earlier. I'm hoping tomorrow I'll be able to do it even earlier as well. So yeah, normally I would just guarantee, but I can't guarantee when I'm struggling with my sleep at the moment, as I have a challenge of going off my sleep medication. But I'll do my best, and you can always be notified on my Instagram stories. Gregard G, you're wondering, why are you dying for a yam TikTok with Sandy and Shadow in a business meeting? And Yamaji calls them Mr. Bear and Mr. Beans at the serious meeting. Yes, we can discuss how much food they're getting, whether their happiness is increasing or decreasing. They can tell me, they can explain all of the reasons why actually they deserve to have even more food all day, and why they deserve to have a raise and a little bit more liberty at their job so they can go outside more often. You need stickers of them both? That's the business meeting topic. Oh yeah, that's a great idea. They get paid in treats. Yeah. Bubbles, you share that you got your buddy a shark fin life jacket for the lake. So adorable and terrifying. That's awesome. I love that. And thank you, Hanika, for your ice cream cone a moment ago. Yes. Radhe, Radhe. And Painted Lady Woodland Fairy, thank you for your heart me. Team Bracelet and it cheer you up. Jai Sita Ram. And Ron, thank you for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, creating awareness, for your rose tone. Hare Krishna. And thank you, Jendi, for your applause and a trio of friendship necklaces. Jai Swaminarayan. And Painted Lady, thank you for your 15 roses tone. Om Namah Shivaya. Dansuela, you shared that you saw a video the other day with Sadhguru stating that we are no longer in the Kali Yuga. I saw that video too. Where does this theory come from? Yeah, there are two schools of thought. The most predominant one is that the Kali Yuga is on the order of hundreds of thousands of years. However, actually the source of this calculation is because it was originally described in terms of years of God. That it's actually only a few thousand years of God. And most people interpret that to mean, well, if it's a year of God, then according to the cosmology, then it's how many million years or whatever. But some people say, no, this is a confusion, it's actually human years. And Sadhguru isn't alone in that. For example, Paramahansa Yogananda's guru, Sri Yukteswar Giri, he wrote in his book, The Holy Science, that due to the precession of the ecliptic, I think it's called, which astrologers had forgotten to take into consideration for so long, that there are many different cycles of the earth besides its revolution and its rotation. There's also something called the precession of the ecliptic. And if you go by the calculation according to the precession of the ecliptic, which I don't understand at all, but it's there in the book The Holy Science by Swamishri Yukteswar Giri, he says, indeed, we are actually in Dwarpara Yuga, and we are almost going to be in Treta Yuga by, like 2060 or something. But this is a non-standard calculation. What do I know? I think that whether or not the whole world is in a yuga, I think we all have our own individual cycles of rising to spiritual heights and falling to spiritual depths. Maybe the world is in the Kali Yuga, maybe it's not. But let us strive to be in the Satya Yuga, the age of truth. Let our inner yugic cycle accelerate, and may we progress higher and higher. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Is Vicious, thank you for your heart me and your team bracelet. Hare Krishna. Chelsea, you share that you can't stay long. Dinner is on the stove and you believe we're having a family MTG night. Magic the Gathering? Really? Is that what this stands for? It's 7 p.m. there. Yet you're having a family Magic the What an amazing family you have. Where's my family Magic the Gathering night? I love that. Wow. And Freya, you ask, how to create an inner voice that comforts us instead of constantly judging us. So good, so good. See, self-criticism is a good thing, but we need to be nice about it, you know? It's okay to find faults within yourself, because a fault just means that you have room for growth. And as long as you are striving for growth, that's great. But like all forms of criticism, it should be constructive rather than deconstructive or destructive. That if we find something in us that can be improved, well, let us take reasonable steps to get there and have reasonable expectations for how quickly we can improve and how likely it is to make mistakes on that journey. So, I think from a practical perspective, yes, we should affirm ourselves that we can do these things that we want to do. And let it be from the very same platform that we make judgments about ourselves. That we see something that we can deepen our spiritual progress through. Let's work on that. But let not this critic then be projected onto others. This is what we have to be careful of. The danger of self-criticism is that it extends to others. So you let other people work on their own problems. We should try to find virtues in others more than we find faults in them. But in ourselves, the reverse is true. If we feel like we're virtuous people, then we're no longer growing. So we should look for things that we can continue to grow in. But let us do so from the same platform of loving kindness and constructive criticism. Let's be our own best support. What kind of advice would we want to give ourselves, rather than shaming ourselves? I'm happy you like the vibes here, James. I do too. It's my mother's garden. And I love that, Bubbles. Take the thoughts of self-criticism and love and put them in the same box. Thought is just thought. They're all leaves falling. Notice them, but don't hold any of them. Beautiful. And strung by Stacy, you are wondering, why do we look for confirmation from others? Well, we're social creatures. And if we're doing something that's completely against what other people are doing, then how can we possibly be a contributing member to society when no one appreciates our contributions? On the other end of the spectrum, there's people who only do what other people are doing, and then they have a challenge trying to develop their own sense of self-worth and individual personality. So with most things, a balance shall be struck. But I hate saying that, because although it's a true statement, so many conversations just end there. It's all about a balance. But practically, what does it mean to find a balance? It means that we strive to contribute to society in our own unique way. And if people are saying things to our negative judgment, we can hear them out. And we'll give them a little bit of thought. Is there actually something I can work on? Even if they might not have expressed it in the most kind words, does this mean that I have something that I can improve in? Maybe. We might not accept the words that they use, but they might be observing something in us that we could be more aware of ourselves. When we have gratitude expressed from others, that can be confirmation that we're doing something that we can continue in because we know that our help is working. I think to some extent it is important that, we know that what we're doing is working. Because if we never get that feedback, how can we have confidence in what we do? So a little bit, I think, is required. But if we judge our entire self-worth off of it, then we're gambling our happiness away in the hands of others, and that's not something we can control. Also, when people express gratitude towards us, that's also an opportunity that we're giving them. You know? Like if someone wants to offer you something and you refuse, that can break their heart. You know? And even though your humility says that I don't need this gift, your empathy says maybe they need this opportunity to express that love, and I can't take that away from them. So you can accept compliments, little offerings from other people because they feel good when they do it. And I think that kind of mindset can help balance it. That you don't need these compliments, these offerings, these confirmations from others, but they can help you know what to continue doing. And it's an opportunity for them to express love that we could be grateful for too. Hello, Neon Jello Pack. I'm happy you find beauty in my mother's garden. I'm a part of it. I'm her prized possession, the yam flower. And she waters me with love. And I'm rooted in the soil of her compassion. And I get the sunlight of her radiance. And good evening, Eric. My day has been wonderful so far. Strung by Stacy, you share that you do you. And many people react well, but your loved ones seem to miss the point. Sometimes our loved ones are the most stubborn. But they can be stubborn for a good reason. They are stubborn because they love us, and that they won't budge, and that they want to see us happy. And they have some ways in which they feel like we can be happy. And they don't want us to risk our happiness in something that they're unfamiliar with. But that's their own problem. It's not yours. As long as you are happy, then that's the point, isn't it? If you are happy, not at the expense of others' happiness, then what's the problem? Space Dust, you're apologizing that you give so many compliments to me. It's your nature. You never have to apologize for it. I appreciate the fact that you have so much love to give, and the world needs more of that, Space Dust, and so you are a vibrant and necessary addition to this world. And User 308, you are wondering how to better deal with people who struggle expressing gratitude. We wait patiently, and even more patiently. And the moment they do express any kind of gratitude, then we show them how important it is. We accept it with all of our gratitude too. And then, with that positive reinforcement, they will know that what they did was something good. I think it's one of the most effective ways at helping people is we wait until they do something very good. And then you get so happy with them. And that signals to them more of that. For me, the mind works best in terms of presence rather than absence, in terms of affirmation rather than negation. We can tell someone what not to do, and we could tell someone what they could be doing. But we're all kind of randomly pushing buttons. And the moment we push a button that does something good, we should affirm them for that. Like lab rats. We're all lab rats. We're all each other's experiments. We're all different versions of ourselves. And Natalia, you share that you never know how to receive compliments. You always start blushing. I think that's adorable. And I think that's one of the best ways to receive a compliment. I think people love seeing you blush, I'm sure. Who doesn't like seeing someone blush? It's so cute, isn't it? What a gift. What a gift your rosy cheeks are to the eyes. Good night, Ro. Good night. Love from me all the way to Brazil. Yes, we are in the garden today. Indubitably. Chrysalistero. And Suniva, you share that my lives have calmed you down multiple times during hard times, and you are thanking me. No need to thank me. I am only happy to be here, and I'm even more happy at the fact that you feel safe, comfortable here. That makes me very happy indeed. And the power to be calmed down is inside you. Whatever power you invest in me with that, I invest in you. But Suniva, you are also asking, do I have any books or scriptures to recommend for a beginner? For a beginner, I think the best things that you can listen to are stories. I think we learn best through stories. So, if you want a spiritual scripture that's full of stories, rather than technical dissertations, how about the Puranas? The Puranas are a great entry-level story. Many stories. The Puranas have all the same truths as do the Vedas or Upanishads. Some of them are a little more goofy than anything else, but as long as you can navigate that with discernment, I think you'll gain a lot of wonderful wisdom just from stories. And besides the Puranas, listen to stories of great masters like Anandamayi Ma, the Blissful Mother, or perhaps Ramakrishna Paramahansa. Those are great too, sages whom have wonderful stories. Their lives were their message. Such wonderful stories. And how fulfilling for the story of the soul. Thank you, Sky Guardian, for reminding me. It's time to read from the Vachanamrut. I said I changed it. Yeah. Well, you tell me that Greg RG tells me that it should be time to land the plane. If you're doing a little bit of lying, then I can do a little bit of lying too. Okay, why don't we read from another section of the Vachanamrut? Thank you, Katie, for your pair of rosas. Radhe, Radhe. And Dasha, thank you for your heart mate. Hari Om Tat Sat. So we'll take a short interim as we read from this scripture, which is more technical than a story. Oh, I feel like I felt a drop of rain. I did. Felt another one. That's okay. So, the Vachanamrut, for those who don't know, it's a set of spiritual discourses from the last 10 years of Bhagwan Swaminarayan's life. It's full of many wonderful universal spiritual truths. It's from a particular tradition known as Swaminarayan Hinduism, based off of Swaminarayan, the central figure. This book can be full of very technical Sanskrit terms and direct language, so I'll do my best to interpret it in a way that is comfortable for everyone here, but I am certainly no expert in this tradition at all. I'm only reading a scripture that has been sent to me by Sky Guardian. Today we're reading from Gadhadha 166. This one is all about misinterpreting the words of the scriptures. It's also about the 4 emanations of God. This tradition is a theistic one, so the word God is used often, but I tend to not like the English word God because in this tradition it means something very specific as well as diverse, used in very various ways, but nonetheless. Anfagun Vadhi Amas, Samvat 1876, which is equivalent to the 14th of March, 1820 in our calendar. Swamishri Sahajanandji Maharaj was sitting on a large decorated cot on the platform outside the east-facing rooms of Dada Ghachaur's Darbar in Gadhadha. He was wearing a white case with a black border and had covered himself with a white blanket. Very cozy. He had also tied a white feto around his head. At that time, an assembly of munis, as well as devotees from various places, had gathered before him. That's the scene. Maybe there is a rainbow. If the sun's there, it should be on the opposite side. Well, it's all just bush behind me. The rainbow is within you, my audience. Thereupon, Sriji Maharaj said, the Srimad Bhagavat describes Vasudev, Shankarshan, Pradyumna, and Aniruddha, the 4 emanations of God. This is a very well-known scripture, the Srimad Bhagavat Purana. Purana, we were just talking about. It's a story, a set of stories. In some places they are described as Sagun, whereas in other places they are described as Nirgun, as having qualities or not having qualities. And this is a big debate that we have all over the world. The source of the universe, here we call it God. Does that God have qualities, or is it beyond all qualities? The term Nirgun is used in reference to Vasudev Bhagwan, a particular form of the divine, and the term Sagun is used in reference to Shankarshan, Aniruddha, and Pradyumna, the 3 other forms of the divine in this Srimad Bhagavat Purana. However, when described as Nirgun, without quality, the minds of the listener and the reader are baffled as they draw the conclusion that God does not possess a form. This tradition is very big on God having a definite form. This, however, is their misunderstanding. Besides, the words of the scriptures cannot be understood in their true context by anyone except an ekantik bhakta, an absolute devotee. Which words? Words such as God is formless, universally pervasive, luminous, and nirgun, without quality. On hearing such descriptions, a goofball concludes that the scriptures describe God as being formless. The word isn't goofball here, but I'm making it a little lighter. On the other hand, an ekantik bhakta, an absolute devotee, realizes when the scriptures describe God as being formless and nirgun, they are referring to the fact that he does not possess a mayic form or mayic attributes. Mayic means material, referring to the material universe, maya. In reality, his form is forever divine, and he possesses countless redemptive virtues. There is also a reference to God being an immense mass of divine light. However, if there is no form, then there can be no light either. Therefore, that light must definitely be from that form. Take, for example, the form of Agni, fire. When flames emanate from his form, only the flames, not the form of Agni, are seen. A wise person, however, realizes that the flames are definitely emanating from Agni's form. Similarly, water emanates from the form of Varun. Although only the water, not the form of Varun, is visible, the wise person realizes that the water emanates from Varun's form. Agni is the deity of fire, Varun is the deity of water. In the same way, having the intensity of 1,000,000 suns, the divine light, which is like Brahma Satta, is the light of the form of Purushottam Bhagwan, God in his divine form. The scriptures also state a thorn is used to remove a thorn. Thereafter, both are discarded. I've heard of this in the Upanishads. I remember this. They talk about ignorance being like a thorn in one's body. And so we use knowledge or wisdom, which is another thorn, because it's sharp and pointy, to dislodge the thorn of ignorance. And then, once you're done with that, you throw the thorn of knowledge away too. I think they're using it in a little different context here. But similarly, God assumes a physical body to relieve the earth of its burdens. Then, having relieved the earth of its burden, he discards that physical body. This is in reference to the verse, Yaya harad bhuvo bharam tam tanum vijaha vajaha kantakam kantakine vadvayam chapishti tuhu samam. Forgive me for my Sanskrit. From the first cantor, 15th chapter, 31st verse of the Srimad Bhagavad Purana. Hearing such words, the goofballs are misled into the understanding that God is formless. They fail to realize the form of God as being divine. An ekantik bhakta, an absolute devotee, however, has the following understanding. To fulfill Arjuna's pledge, Arjuna is the protagonist in the Bhagavad Gita, to whom the Bhagavad Gita is revealed to by Sri Krishna Bhagavan, who was with Arjun as he left Dwarika on his chariot to fetch the Brahmin sun. Crossing Mount Lokalok, they cut through Maya's veil of darkness with the Sudarshan Chakra. Chakra can sometimes just mean wheel. And the Sudarshan Chakra is a divine weapon, kind of like a shuriken or ninja stars. But it's more circular, with more symmetries. Driving the chariot through that darkness, they entered a mass of light. There they collected the Brahmin sun from Bhuma Purush before returning. But it was only because Sri Krishna Bhagwan's form was divine that, due to the power of that divinity, the wooden chariot and the horses, despite being composed of the 5 bhuts, elements, all became divine and like Chaitanya, like pure conscious awareness. In other words, they transcended Maya, material existence. Had their forms not become divine, they would never have been able to transcend Maya. After all, everything that has evolved from Maya ultimately merges into Maya and can never reach Brahman, the ultimate reality, the goal of all spiritual pursuits, which transcends Maya. Here, Brahman should be understood as Akshar Brahmandam or Akshardham. Thus, it was due to the powers of God's form that such Mayic material objects became non-Mayic, immaterial. A goofball, however, believes God's form to be Mayic, material, whereas an Ekantic sadhu, an absolute monk, realizes God's form to transcend Akshar and also realizes Purushottam Bhagwan, who possesses a definite form. As the Atma of countless millions of Brahma-rup Muktas, of liberated beings with divine forms, as well as of Akshardham. Therefore, regardless of which scriptures are being read, if they describe God as being nirgun, without form, one should realize that they are merely extolling the glory of God's form, but in fact, God always possesses a definite form. One who realizes this is known as an Ekantic Bhakta, an absolute or true devotee. And thus we've come to the end of Gadhadha 166. So thank you for listening. Those of this philosophy, it's not Advaita, where they say that the ultimate reality has no form. It's also not Dvaita, saying that there is a distinction between the form of God and you in this universe. It's something in between called Vashishta Dvaita, which recognizes that being formless is just one of the aspects of that source. But that source has many other aspects, such as having forms as well. You could say that it's so formless, it's so without quality, that it also sometimes doesn't even have the quality of having no quality. A nothing so not, it was not even nothing. Maybe. But thank you for listening. And that was a good interim. We may return to our Sangha, our proceedings on life, the universe, and everything. But thank you to those who sent a gift while I read. Like Nish, thank you for your heart me, your popcorn, your pair of cloud breads, and a pair of music plays. Jai Swami Narayan. I think it's time to don the sun hat. It's amazing. I don't understand. The sun is so bright, but it's not a blue sky at all. It's behind a cloud, but I think there's a hole in the cloud like the same shape as the sun. I don't get it. Because it looks like the sun is in front of the clouds. There's a blue sky behind me though. Well, that makes even less sense. And I felt a drop of rain a moment ago. The weather is a little bit of this, a little bit of that right now, but it's okay. I'm feeling the same way. I'm a little bit of this, I'm a little bit of that. It's like a spotlight on me in the garden. Yes, I like that, Don Suela. The radiance of my mother is shining a bit more in the sky. That's beautiful. But thank you, John F., for your heart me too. Radhe Radhe. And Darth Jadar, thank you for your rose too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Yana, thank you for your heart me and team bracelet. Thank you for your love. I love you too. Jai Sitaram. And rocks speak truth. Indeed they do. Thank you for your trio of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Marvin, you're wondering, would I feel comfortable talking about the Akashic records? Sure. The Akashic records. It's obvious when you know the etymology of the word Akash. It's a Sanskrit word, one that we were talking about in the Vachanamrut yesterday, I believe. It comes up often. See, there's 5 elements, right? Earth, water, fire, and air. Says that earth arose from water, water arose from fire, fire arose from air. But where did air arise from? The quintessence, the 5th element. We have Prithvi, that's earth, Jalam, water, Agni, fire, Vayu, air, and Akash, space. It is from space that gas arose. From gas, the burning fire of the stars arose. From those hearts of those stars, simple molecules like water, 2 hydrogen and an oxygen formed. And from those heavier elements and molecules, planets such as Earth arose. Space is the first element. So Akashic in Sanskrit means that which is pertaining to space. That which is spatial in nature. So Akashic records in English, you would translate to spatial records, or the records of space. You could say that space keeps a record of everything that happens within it. And maybe we could get Einsteinian with this. Einstein said that space and time, Akash and Kala, they are one of the same, and everything that happens in it makes an imprint in it like fabric. Like the sun has such a presence, the center of solar system, that it makes such an impression in the fabric of space-time that it actually curves it. And being curved, the Earth, which thinks it's going in a straight line, is actually going around the curvature in this fabric of space-time, giving rise to the effect called gravity or gravitation. So you could say that the theory of relativity is what describes the Akashic records. Because everything that has energy, big or small, makes a little record in the very space itself. All this information of energy is made available to us through gravitation. As such, various scientific instruments such as LIGO, what is the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, it's detecting small changes in the ripples of the fabric of space-time, thus listening in on the Akashic records. Here, we listen very closely, but our instruments are not very precise. We can only pick up really loud noises, really. Like the merger of neutron stars or black holes, which are the loudest thing in the Akash. If we had more sensitive instruments, we're planning on making a laser interferometer gravitational wave observatory in space. Which makes sense. If you're going to measure space, you might as well be in space. And maybe then we can listen to even subtler secrets of the universe rippling through the void, the quintessence of space. Thank you, Dub Darker, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And everything is so loud today. Yes, a plane passed by. I'm sorry about that. Here I can orientate my microphone a little more towards the ground, so it's not picking up the vibrations from the sky. Dansuela, you share. So in that, we all shape the universe around us forever, even after we die. Is this so? You're like that? Indubitably so. One of the most treasured laws of all physicists is this. See, a physicist would be happy to be proven wrong with almost any other law, but not this one. Perhaps the most important law of physics is the conservation of information. They're happy to change their minds with everything else. But if information is not conserved, what is even the point? That knowledge can be lost? That something that happens in the universe could go unknown forever? No. The most treasured of all laws is this, that whatever happens in the universe, the information of that experience is always available. It might be hard to listen to, might be difficult to find, but it cannot be destroyed. Information is the purest of all substances, and it's eternal, beyond that which changes. I'm glad you like the hat, Sakura. There's even a perfect emoji for it. I just need a little bow for it too, don't I? Thank you, John F., for your tiny dining. Yippee! Thanks for liking the shirt, Charles. Suniva, you asked, could I speak a little about Krishna? Oh, Shri Krishna. The name Krishna is sometimes translated to the all-attractive one. But this is a shorthand. The full definition of Krishna means that which forcibly attracts the minds of all Paramahansas. To understand this, we have to understand what a Paramahansa is. A Hansa is one who sees the truth. A Paramahansa is one who only sees the truth. They've lost awareness of the world. So, of those great saints who have lost awareness of the world, they are in deep meditative absorption, samadhi. We tend to have to build ashrams around them to keep them in from wandering off into the forest and dropping their body. See, in Hinduism, no one dies, they just drop the body. You drop it. You no longer hold on to it. So these Paramahansas who are so absorbed in truth, they've lost awareness of the world, they could drop the body at any moment. So oftentimes people have to take care of them. They have to talk them down from their high state and bring them back to the world. Otherwise, they contain them in an ashram and they extract the truth from them. Because it'd be selfish to leave everyone behind. If you've discovered the ultimate truth and you've lost awareness of everyone's suffering, well, how do we give back? We give back by actually bringing ourselves back down from the Paramahansa level to the Hansa level. Krishna is that one who does that. Krishna is that one whom creeps into the absorption of these Paramahansas, that they could be meditating on nothingness. There are many great stories about this. Perhaps we can talk about them at another time. That they'll be meditating on nothingness, and then suddenly Krishna appears in his form. The beautiful aroma of his fragrance appears, the light, the melody of his flute, all of your senses suddenly are engaged. Out of nowhere, literally, it is said that the form of Sri Krishna arises. And so, Sri Krishna forcibly attracts the minds of these Paramahansas. And that is what the word Krishna means. It is the one whom attracts the minds of those who are in deep samadhi and then brings them back to the world. Hello, Bante. I think it's very similar to the Mahayana Buddhist approach that the Buddha was about to dissolve into nirvana, but was like, no, that would be selfish, because then I'd be leaving everyone in samsara behind. And so I must vow to not leave until I've attended to the liberation of all sentient beings. It's that kind of way we use the word Krishna. It's a very noble kind of title. Thank you, Lorna, for your community fest. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And that Aquarius lady, thank you for your tiny a minute ago. Yippee! And Joanna, thank you for your heart, me too. And a dozen roses. Jai Shri Ram. Gregorji, you're wondering, are there multiple Paramahansas alive today that have been said to have met Krishna? That's a good question. It's a good question. I think depending on your interpretation, maybe you could say that if you have experienced this pull towards attending to the welfare of all beings, rather than wanting to leave Maya, the material existence, then you have already met Krishna. It is said that all of Krishna exists in his name also. So if you even heard the name Krishna, you've met him. And what is this, Bante? I've never seen this before. You've been able to pin a message. Is that a super chat or something? I think I've heard of those. But yes, out of nowhere, appearances appear. Appearances appear out of nowhere, returning. It's magic. It's magic indeed. I like that. The only one that I know, the only person I know alive today who's regarded as a Paramahansa, and I'd say this not as if they're the only one, but I'm emphasizing the fact that they're the only one that I know of, and I'm very ignorant about this, and that's Paramahansa Vishwananda. But I believe they're a devotee of Shiva, I think, so maybe they've met Shiva instead of Krishna. No, sorry, they're a devotee of Babaji. And Babaji is said to be an avatar of Shiva. Shiv Goraksha Babaji. But the word Paramahansa is used in various contexts. For example, in the Vachanamrut, Paramahansa just refers to a great monk. Someone who's taken a lot of vows and has exemplified them. They're a senior monk. Thank you, Bante, for your rose tone. Om Namo Buddhaya. And Giggles Mekhaha, thank you for your rose. Radhe or Radhe. And thank you, Laurie, for your heart me. You're tiny. Yippee! And you're Ginger Man. Om Namah Shivaya. So, Swami Babaji is Shiva, just like Swami Narayan is, Narayana Vishnu. Yes, that's a good way of looking at it. The great Mahavatar Babaji is a very mythical being in Hinduism, because he's said to not just be a real person, but has been in the Himalayas for like 2,000 years, and many people have accounts of meeting him, like Paramahansa Yogananda and his chain of gurus. And apparently Paramahansa Vishwananda as well has a divine vision of Babaji. Babaji is said to be a yogi, that they were a yogi who attained the ultimate perfection and have spent thousands of years. They have taken many bodies. Some people say that every time Babaji relinquishes a body, he immediately walks back up to the Himalayas in a new body. So some people see babies all the way up to 7-year-olds just walking all the way up to the Himalayas. And they go, "Oh my goodness, my child, where is your mother? Where is your father?" Child looks up. "No need to worry. I am Babaji." "Oh, you're Babaji. Okay, that makes sense. I'm going back to the Himalayas. My old body was getting used up. I needed a new one." There's some crazy stories surrounding Babaji. I love them though. And Lori, you're special. Gab, you ask, does fire make us reborn? What is the relationship with our spirit? Ooh, that's a good question. I'm not sure what the relationship is with fire and reincarnation, but we are bound to this world so long as we have karmas, actions, and through the fire, the cosmic fire, all our karmas dissolve. As long as one has an attachment to the world, then we will be back here, like a spring. You could say that an attachment is like a spring. And if we relinquish this body, and then if there's still an attachment to the world, then we spring back here. Everything we attach to is like a little tether, a little fetter, a little string or spring that connects us. If we get rid of all such tethers, then we are free from the world. Hello, Madeleines. Thank you for your 21 rosas. Hari Om Tat Sat. You know, I'm looking at the most beautiful cloud of bugs behind you. Little tiny little flies. And they're lit up by the sun from the back. And I think it's wonderful how they're just swirling around and dancing together. I know their lifetimes are very short. Probably only a few days, perhaps. And they choose to dance with each other for these few days in the sunlight, in this garden. I think that's beautiful. And user 706, you ask, do I think Babaji was a real being? I know that Yogananda believed that he was real because he met him. And I believe that there is something special about Yogananda because I had a very real spiritual experience with him, even though he died many years ago. Some of you may have heard this story. It's one of the most meaningful stories in my life. His book, An Autobiography of a Yogi, which is very famous, I was listening to the audiobook of it while attending college, and it is responsible for a huge evolution in my spiritual journey. My university has a lovely garden in it called Finnerty Gardens, and I would sit there overlooking bamboo and the lake in between classes on a bench listening to Autobiography of a Yogi. I spent many, many, many times on that bench listening to Yogananda's book. And Yogananda really has nothing to do with the place that I live. There's self-realization fellowships and his legacy all around the world. But I live in the west coast of Canada. He came to America in the 1900s. But I kid you not, and it'd be very easy for me to prove this to you since I can go to this bench anytime. But the last time I stood up from that bench, when I finished listening to the audiobook, I saw that the bench was dedicated to Paramahansa Yogananda. And I couldn't believe my eyes. I just read that plaque over and over again, dedicated to Paramahansa Yogananda, the very author of the book that I was reading. Why here, in this bench, in this garden at my university in Canada? It made no sense to me. So for the first time in my life, I bowed down. I never believed in bowing down to anyone or anything, but I bowed to this bench because this bench was divine. The work of God was happening before me in this bench. Yeah, you know. So I think it's no coincidence that I learned from Paramahansa Yogananda in my life, and he clearly exemplified the teachings of this great being, Mahavatar Babaji. So although I cannot claim to have met him myself, I feel in some way that I have met the person who has met him. And I feel connected in that way, even if it's just a small way. And you're very welcome, Gab. I'm happy to answer all questions, and forgive me if I ever don't see your question. Wait for it. There's a sneeze approaching. It's coming. A little bit. Shane, you ask, how do you start becoming Buddhist? Well, the nicest thing about being a Buddhist is that there's no ritual involved. There's no conversion process. A Buddhist is a very, very broad title. You don't have to take vows to be a monk. Not all Buddhists are monks, but all Buddhist monks are Buddhists. If you want to be a monk, then there is a process. You can get venerated. There's a whole ceremony. And if Banter is here, he can tell you about that ceremony, because he went through it. Banter means Buddhist monk. It's an alternative for bhikkhu, meaning Buddhist monk. But yeah, you can be a Buddhist right now. But the funny thing about calling yourself a Buddhist, though, is that Buddhists don't really call themselves anything. It's part of what it means to be a Buddhist. It means that you really don't hold on to any identities. Now, for the sake of convenience, of course, the Dalai Lama, for example, says, I am just a simple Buddhist monk. There's the humility there. But yeah, there's no pride in being a Buddhist. I think that's something very beautiful. You don't hold on to this title as if it makes you something special. Because Buddhism is all about letting go of titles. Hello, Mergit. You were wondering, where are all my videos? You missed those. Well, I was thinking about making public some of them again. Particularly the ones that I that I don't have any problem with. I only privated them all for the sake of making a big statement. But I guess I don't need to be so crass with it. Yeah. I'm happy you liked my videos though, and I would love to rediscover all of those passions in making videos again sometime. John, you share that you just quit your job today due to anxiety, and you're sorry to bother, but nothing's helping. Any tips? Asking this question is not a bother at all. I know many people that have done the same, and of course, I would encourage anyone to try to have open communication with their employees and coworkers, and if there's an opportunity to be understood in that you're allowed to be anxious and have a job, especially one that cares for your anxiety also. My friend Macy, she quit her job due to anxiety too, but she just emailed them asking for it back. Sometimes you have to leave something to discover how important it is to you. Nonetheless, I trust your judgment, and if you feel more comfortable in a place where you are free to be anxious, because I want to be clear, whether you're at work or not, the anxiety is not in your surroundings, it's in you. You should watch Inside Out too. It's a good movie. I'm not to say that your anxiety will torment you wherever you go, but I trust your decision to take the time for you now to be in a place where you feel comfortable to be anxious, like your home, hopefully around your family and your loved ones. Anxiety is a beautiful journey, and I really mean that. I mean that it will lead you to a kind of unbroken peace. It has to. Because when the whole universe appears to be crumbling from the inside, then you have no choice but to let go of it all and find solace within you. That is something that I know is your destiny. But until then, we can love and accept it as part of our journey, and know that it's not going to take you away from the fullest version of yourself that you can be. In fact, it will lead you there. And Joanna, you relate with John that you quit your job last week too. You were feeling anxious and overwhelmed, but you feel better today. I'm so happy to hear that for you. And John F., you share that you think that not holding on to titles draws Buddhism towards you. Yeah, it's really nice that, the whole point of Buddhism is to not get your ego involved. And I think the Buddhists do a really good job at that. And it is true, Sue. There are still a few videos of mine still on TikTok, but they're on accounts that aren't mine. Those who have reposted them and made their accounts to look like mine, which I don't mind. If they're just reposting my stuff, that's fine. But if they're trying to scam others, that's not fine. User 363, you're asking for tips on self-love. I love this question. And thank you, Jane, for your quintet of roses. And thank you, Ari, for your pair of finger hearts. Hare Krishna. Tips on self-love. Well, you are love. You feel like you love yourself when you become love yourself. Yes. So you have so much love to give because it's inside you. And it's not just in a container next to you. You are the container of love itself. Your life is. You are a source of loving kindness. I think the word that the Buddhist uses, metta, M-E-T-T-A, loving kindness, that which you are. If ever there is an identity to harbor in Buddhism, it's to be a source of loving kindness. But Buddhism aside, when you recognize that that's all you have ever been trying to do, is be a source of loving kindness, we can forgive ourselves for all the ways we learned how not to be that. I don't believe that we do some things out of love and other things out of hate. Because even hate is a limited form of love. And of course the goal is to be unlimited in our love, but it's still always love. It always has been. Sometimes love gets in the way of itself, though. And I love that cat. Love is not a feeling, it's a vibration. That's beautiful. My cats certainly know what you mean. And where are they? Where have they gone? Oh, they're moving around just as the sun's moving around. They're chasing the shadow. Ari, you add that love is something you realize and something you do every day. That's so beautiful. One of my favorite things about the movie Inside Out and its sequel is that love is not one of the emotions. It's more than an emotion. Love happens through all of the emotions in that movie, as it does in real life also. We can be in love through our sadness and be in love through our anger. We can be in love through joy. We can be in love through fear. No emotion can replace fear. It is there always. Namaste, cat freedom. Cat freedom moksha. It's a good word. Literally such a good movie. Oh yeah, I cried throughout the whole movie. I was thinking, wow, this really is a movie for everyone. It represents everyone's lives because we all have emotions. We all go through these things, and it's all so symbolic. I feel like it was a movie that definitely wrote itself. Anyone could write it, because the model is so self-evident that they are using in the show that I bet there's symbolism in it that the writers didn't even know, that they didn't even intend, but just because it's such a universal message, there's so much symbolism, and boy, it was really speaking to me. Sky Guardian, you've never seen Inside Out. I recommend you watch it. Yeah. Ari, you share that you feel like every kid should watch it. Nay, adults too. It's one of those that just stick with you. Yeah. No, I went to see it with my friend, and both of us are adults. 22, 23. But both of us have emotions, so relevant to us. Hello, Austin Atlas. Happy you're here too. And thank you for sharing blessings. And Dalita, you share that you're looking for your first job since being in a hospital. It's very overwhelming, but also exciting. Well, I'm happy to hear that you are excited and going outside your comfort zone too. I learned, I think the hard way, that anxiety is just a form of excitement, really. We're just so excited to be here that we overstimulate ourselves with it. We get so excited to hang out with our friends that we get scared of it. Kelly Pierce, you share, maybe there are no answers for you. Where has this arisen? Do you share this because I had not seen your question? If so, I'll gladly scroll up for you, but I'm not seeing it. But if you're just sharing it as a statement, regardless, there is wisdom to what you share, assuming you're interpreting it in the positive sense. See, life is all about questions without answers. Life is all about having answers that are good enough to get us to the next question. But there will be no answer to your life, because your life is not a conclusion. Life isn't an ending. It's a starting point. Life is an origin story. Life is a question of why and what if, how, who, where, when. These questions can really only be answered in terms of subjective terms, because we are the ones asking them. And Ari, you share that honestly sometimes anxiety just moves into a thrill once you embrace it. I've seen what that feels like, and I wouldn't have known what you meant without going through it myself. But yes, anxiety becomes very euphoric even. Like an ecstasy. I'm glad you love my shirt. So salty serene. Sounds like the ocean. Bex, you share that you're so full of fear at the moment, makes you feel lonely. Well, if it makes you feel a little more connected, there are many people here going through something similar. And so you are very close in experience to others. And we're all here for you too. And this is a safe space, at least I want it to be. Sometimes the comment sections can challenge that, but if ever the comments get too much, you can always swipe it away and just focus on me, and I hope to guarantee that my words are safe for you. If you bring your attention to what I say, I think you'll find a lot of more peace than the comment section sometimes. But the comment section can also be full of love also, and I'm there for that. I love seeing that too, and there's so many wonderful words of wisdom being shared from all of you, and that makes me so happy. I love the way you put that, Ari. To Bex, you're sitting on a ball full of people that are constantly afraid in one way or another. You're not alone. Yes. That's funny, Sky Guardian. Thank you, Ari, for your pair finger heart and a rosa that you have sent. Om Namah Shivaya. Jarrett, thank you for your 18 community fests too. Hare Krishna. Chloe, you apologize because you can't resist, but beam me up, Shiva. There's a story of Shiva beaming up. It's a story of the creator, the destroyer, and the preserver of the universe. It's in a few Puranas. Shiva turned into a great beam of fire. A Shiva lingam, actually, made of fire. And that beam was so tall that it rose up to fill the 7 lokas above and the 7 lokas below. There's the higher realms and the lower realms. And actually, while this was happening, Vishnu and Brahma were in an argument. This is the creator and the preserver. They were in an argument over who was greater. Sometimes even gods quarrel. Brahma and Vishnu agreed that we could settle this matter very easily, since this mysterious column of fire has appeared. Tell you what, whoever can see to the end of this column, they are greater. So Brahma decided to go up into the higher heavens, going higher and higher to try to find the top of this pillar of fire. And Vishnu decided to go lower and lower into the hellish regions to find the bottom. But just as there was no highest heaven, there was no lower hell, and this column in fire stretched onwards forever and ever. And neither Brahma could reach the top nor Vishnu the bottom. But Brahma was mischievous. He thought that he might as well lie. So he got a nearby flower and I think a cow or some creature, I forget. Let's just use the flower because I know how they're involved in this story. They said, "Oh, flower, you will be my witness since I am your creator." Brahma is the creator. "Why don't you do this for me? You will be my witness and you will share that I have found you at the top." The flower had to oblige because it was its creator instructing him. So all the gods regrouped. Brahma said to Vishnu that I had found the top. Vishnu said, "Really? Because I couldn't find the bottom? You must be greater. I must ask, were there any witnesses there? What did you find?" "I found this flower." "Whoa! Is that true, flower?" Flower said, "Oh yes, Brahma found me at the top." And that is when the column of fire revealed his true identity as Shiva, the destroyer. Shiva spoke out in a loud, booming voice, "Brahma, you have lied. You have not seen to the top of my being, nor has Vishnu to the bottom." Brahma, the creator, was immediately humiliated by the destroyer. So he admitted sheepishly that he did lie. His ego got in the way. Sometimes the ego gets in the way of even the creator. And Vishnu said, "It is not Brahma who is greater, and it is not I who is greater either. Clearly you, Shiva, are the greatest." That's his humility. Actually, Vishnu and Shiva are devotees of each other. Shiva's Ishta Devata is Vishnu, and Vishnu's Ishta Devata is Shiva. However, as a consequence for lying, Shiva cursed Brahma and said that whoever shall worships the Creator in this age shall perish. Thus, there shall be no place on earth where you will be worshipped in virtue. And for the flower who agreed to this scheme, you shall never be offered on Valentine's Day or for worship or for any sort of love. And still to this day, that flower, one of you can tell me the name of it. That flower is never used. It's considered an evil flower. But that's an interesting story. Even though in Hinduism there's the Trimurti, the triple form of God as creator, preserver, and destroyer. The creator actually sinned about how many thousand years ago, apparently. And that is why the worship of the preserver and the destroyer are still strong today in the form of Shaivism for the worship of Shiva and Vaishnavism for the worship of Vishnu. But there are almost no temples for Brahma, no mantras, no meditations done on Brahma. Interesting. Brahma is also said to be the only one of the three that's not eternal. That Shiva is eternal, that Vishnu is eternal, but the creator is born with creation every time a universe happens. Shiva stays the same, the lap of oblivion. Vishnu, the all-pervader, stays the same. But the agency of creation changes every time. And there's also a story about how the creator came to find that out, but I don't remember it fully. It was a funny story of how Brahma was like, "What? I'm not immortal? No, you will die." "But I've lived so many billions of years." "Oh yeah, no, you live a long time. As long as the universe. But at the end of the universe, you'll collapse into it as well. The captain goes down with the ship." Creator had a moment of solemn realization. I am not the god I thought I was. Thank you for listening to that story. Oh, thank you, Merle Cantrell. I don't know how to pronounce your lovely name. And Ari, you're wondering, how is his name spelled? You're very close. It's Bramha. Oh, wait, no, sorry. I got the H and the M wrong. It's Brahma. One of the interesting things about the word Brahma is that the H is actually pronounced after the M. It's the only exception in Sanskrit spelling where one of the sounds is different than how it's spelled. The only exception that I know of is that if there's an H before a consonant, it's actually sounded during or after. Such is why it's not just Brahma. It's Brahma. Interesting. You can think of it as a little bit of a build-up before you say the ma. The H is empowering the ma to make it aspirated, because there's no aspirated M in Sanskrit, so the spelling reflects it for some reason. But yes, Brahma is mischievous, but so is creation sometimes, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of stories talking down on the creator. But look at creation. I mean, I think he did a pretty good job of it. Oh, thank you, Sasha. That's kind of true, Arya, that Brahma or Brahmin is spelled without vowels, but it's not an abjad like Hebrew, which doesn't have a vowel system. It does. The vowels are very much there. There's no loss of information. It's an abugida. The vowels are very much implied. Technically, if it was just Brahma, then you'd see something below each letter called a virama or a halant, which is used to negate the assumed vowel. But when there is no vowel diacritic, then there definitely is a vowel there, the a, Brahma. And it just so happens that in that word there are no vowel diacritics. Thank you. Thank you, Chelsea, for your quartet of roses. Hariom Tat Sat. And Grave Bunny, thank you for your finger heart. Jai Sitaram. And Meryl, you ask, if I could give someone any kind of advice at all, what would it be? I don't know what advice I have to give unless I know what they're going through. And if I can relate in their experience, then I can speak from my own. But in general, our experience of life is very broad. And the one way in which I can connect with everyone is that we all go through suffering. No matter who you are, we all know what it's like to suffer. We suffer in various ways and various intensities, but we all know what it's like to have a no good, very bad time. And it seems to be a part of life, not something that we have to minimize. Of course, we should maximize the joy and happiness and comfort. But the suffering is something we're all binded by. That's why the Buddhists, they say this is the first noble truth. You could say it's the first principle of all of Buddhism. What is that? Suffering. That it's a reality. It's not some kind of illusion. It's not some kind of mistake. It's part of existence. In fact, it is the first noble truth. That we're all connected to the experience of suffering. But the Buddhists aren't masochists. They don't love suffering. In fact, we're trying to alleviate the suffering, but we also acknowledge that it has a purpose in life, and that's to bring us to peace. It inspires a pursuit of peace. And Ari, you're wondering, and by the way, thank you for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. And Usha, thank you for your hearts. And trio of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Why are some gods depicted with blue skin? Is there symbolism in place? There's different stories that tell us why. For example, Shiva is said to have a blue throat because some asuras, some demonic forces, I think they had mixed in some poison in the ocean of milk that was being churned to form the universe. And so Shiva drank it all up himself and ended up getting a blue throat because of it. Shiva is also said to have annihilated Kama, the deity of lust, with his third eye, and applied the dark ashes of lust after it was burnt to his skin. And Kali, for example, the name for her word literally can mean black. In fact, still to this day in Hindi, if you're referring to something that's black and feminine, you'd call it Kali. If it was black and masculine, it would be Kala, I believe. Kali has a couple different meanings in Sanskrit, but black is one of them. I don't know the story of why Krishna is blue, but he's not always depicted as blue. For example, he's lighter colored here. Rama is also depicted as lighter in color. But I was thinking the other day, if I wanted to give a kind of skin color to represent the universe, I'd look up at the sky and I'd either see the blue sky or the black space. And so if I'm looking up at God, then God is either blue or black. You know what I mean? Similarly, these colors they represent a kind of otherworldliness, that they're not from here, that they may bear human resemblance, but aspects of them always remain beyond this world. That's very interesting, Arya. You share that someday you want to be able to do a multi-guest panel with me and explain your evidence for Semitic/Indo-European. That's very interesting. Well, if you ever start a podcast, I'd be happy to be your first guest. You share on all religion and all language and all culture descends from a single point in ancient antiquity. I love that. It's a hypothesis that I really resonate with, and it's one of the greatest mysteries where both the Vedic religion came from and the Abrahamic, because both ancient Judaism and Vedic religion seem to appear around the same time, maybe 5,000 years ago. Some evidence points to the Vedic religion being older, but it's such a gray area, definitely not concise. I would love to believe that there is a common origin in our culture, in our philosophy, in our religion, in our language. I think that speaks to such a beautiful point. I'm a big fan of becoming unified with our ancient roots and seeing how it has given rise to such a diversity today. And Ari, you shared that Zoroastrianism is kind of the first monotheistic one before Abrahamic ones. Zoroastrianism, yes. See, even the origin of Zoroastrianism is based in a bit of mystery between the Asuras and the Devas, and eventually one rose to be one that represents all that is good. Zoroastrianism arose around the same time as the Vedic religions as well. And I think a lot of scholars today posit that whoever Zarathustra was, he was clearly immersed in Vedic culture because so many of their terms and rituals are found in the Vedas also. Was Zoroaster actually Abraham? That would be a wonderful unity, wouldn't it? I love that. You share that the Vedas is much like the Old Testament and the Upanishads or the New Testament. I see the way you make that connection. I like that. But, see, before we go further, I want to be very clear with the point that Ari mentioned. There has always been a monotheism to some extent. See, there is really no such thing as polytheism, except for in the Greek or Roman pantheon. Most so-called polytheisms are actually monotheistic, like Hinduism. It has always been so, that there is one supreme entity, but expressed in many ways. Like in the Rig Veda, the oldest of the Vedas, it is said that truth is one, the ultimate reality is one, but expressed in many ways. Yes, there are many deities in Hinduism, but they all represent various aspects of that one. Because if you wanted to represent that one, you could never do it in one way. Which is ironic, because being the one means one with everything. It means that No aspect alone can personify the entirety of your being. So, polytheism is actually a kind of expression of monotheism. It's an expression of the infinitude of that one. How there are so many more qualities than one, all together, unified. But we can only ever experience one quality of that one at a time. Are you sure that makes sense? Why in the Bible there seems to be talk of contradicting and multiple gods? Yes. In fact, I think a big portion of the Abrahamic faiths is coming to this point, that there's so many different divine personalities, but there's one above all that they all come from. Whether you call that one by Yodhe Vadhe Adonai Elohim Jehovah or just God, doesn't matter, because the one does not have one and only one ID tag. It has an ID tag for every aspect of its being, for every blade of grass, for every sand, for every star in the universe, for every atom, for every particulate. Thank you, John F., for your 6 community fests too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Arya, you share that it's crazy. If you lived near me, you would be my disciple in a heartbeat. From the sounds of it, you have so much to teach me. So how can I be your teacher when I am learning from you too? Oh, you're welcome, Ari. I hope that my clarity on the unity of monotheism and polytheism was not to invalidate any of your experiences and academic pursuits. Thank you, Maral. We can be each other's disciples. I like that. Cliff PDF US, what's my favorite Dharmic religion? Well, I love all Dharmic religions. I really would like to know more about the Jain Dharma, or even the Sikh Dharmas. Those are the ones that I know the least about. For those of you that want to be included on the conversation, Dharma is a Sanskrit word that means righteousness, or righteous duty, or religious faith even, or a kind of living teaching. It's the oldest known form of religion in the East, and they all kind of share a common theme. There's the Jain Dharma, the Buddhist Dharma, the Hindu Dharma, and the Sikh Dharma. It is said that they all stem from something called the Sanatana Dharma, which means the eternal Dharma, or the universal Dharma. It's a beautiful unity of them all. Kind of like how in physics today, it's believed that at one point, all of the distinct fundamental forces were unified. Electromagnetism was once one with the electro-weak force, but due to symmetry breaking at low temperatures, they became distinct. At higher temperatures, they are unified, so is the strong nuclear force, and even the gravitational force, according to quantum physics, not relativity. They were once a grand unified force. So too it is said that of the Dharmic religions, they were once a grand unified force too, called the Sanatana Dharma. Sky Guardian, you share that Jainism is older than the Sanatana Dharma. Jainism came about the same time as Buddhism, very close to each other, around 500 BC. But the Sanatana Dharma is much, much older than 500 BC, since it starts at least at the time of the Vaidika Dharma, from the Rishis. Thank you, Giuliano, for your community fest. Hari Om Tat Sat. Merle, you ask, how many lives have I lived? The same amount as you? One that stretches from here back to the beginning of time and forward toward the end of time. And Ari, you share that science seems so connected to mysticism, honestly. They didn't seem mutually exclusive to you. There is a unity that is possible. And I believe that it is something that even many scientists see also, though many of them cautiously admit it. It is now something that everyone has heard. When Robert Oppenheimer witnessed the Trinity test go off, which was his creation, creation that he grandfathered due to research in nuclear theory, quantum mechanics. A quote from the Bhagavad Gita came to mind, the one he paraphrased as, "I am become death, destroyer of worlds." The Bhagavad Gita is sometimes referred to as the fifth Veda. Such an important scripture. There's lots of mystical aspects of it. And there are many quotes from Niels Bohr, Max Planck, Erwin Schrödinger, forgetting some of the other forefathers of quantum mechanics, but they all agreed that Vedanta, Upanishads, this was a source of wisdom for them. So in their spare time from creating the field of quantum mechanics, they were studying these mystic scriptures. But I don't mean to imply that they were getting all their results from them. It was a collaboration of spiritual knowledge and genuine scientific experiment and theory, which was independent from their spiritual interests. What was the scripture again? Well, the one that Robert Oppenheimer quoted from was the Bhagavad Gita. Sky Guardian, you said you could send me evidence of records that Jainism is more than 500 BC? Because I think that's what it comes down to for me. If there's proof that Jainism goes back more than 500
BC. Then I believe you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I believe you that Jainism is older. But perhaps we are using the word Sanatana in a different way. Because nothing can be older than that which is eternal. Right? You know what I mean? You can't have something that took place before that which is eternal. Maybe the word choice was used much later, but it's referring to the oldest of all. I don't know if you can hear the sirens. I hope they're not too loud for you. I used to get really scared when I heard the sirens, because I thought, oh no, that means that somebody is in danger. But then I realized that that's not what it means at all to hear sirens. Actually, someone could be in danger without sirens. Sirens specifically mean that someone is getting help. And now it became a relieving thing to hear from me. I think, wow, suffering is going on all around us, but that siren means that someone's being attended to. That makes me feel better. Thank you, Marcy, for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Oh, I thank you, Mara. Life is good, and it's nice to share a moment with all of you. You share in this moment. You truly mean this. Aw, I'm so grateful to share this moment with you also. Yes, I can land the plane by 10:30. I don't know what that means for me. I guess you're, 3 hours ahead of me? So that'd be 7:30 p.m. maybe? PST? I don't know. Marcy, you share that sirens triggered the second and worst panic attacks you ever had. Well, I'm happy to relate in that they definitely used to trigger me also. But having a shift in perspective of what these sounds, these sensations mean, that can make a big difference. Yeah, you're in the future. You'll tell me the winning lottery numbers. You're so funny. Thank you, Sakura. It's very hot now where I live, so I just can't wear a robe anymore, especially if I'm outside, or a long sleeve shirt. Yeah, it's funny. I agree, Ruby. It looked like I changed my aesthetic, but it's a practical change for me. I wear this because I'm outside, but I've always wanted to be outside. I just struggled for a while with getting my Wi-Fi to reach all the way out here. Now that it does, I'm out here. I love that aria. I love the connections you are making. Form is shunyata, or emptiness. Emptiness is form. I am the vine, you are the branches. From John 15:5. Ik onkar sat nam. There is one God, his name is truth. From Japji Sahib, Sikhism. And everybody loves Raven. You share that you just witnessed two people you respect and admire squabble with each other. They're both helpful to us. Yeah. And sometimes we squabble. And that's okay. As long as the squabbling ends in understanding, then it was one expression of coming to understanding. Sometimes that expression can be very dynamic. But where there is great trust, you are allowed great arguments. See, I would never argue with a stranger because I don't trust that we would be able to find understanding without frustrating each other. But arguing with my mother, though she's always right, I trust that we will be able to get to understanding. Arguments don't have to be nasty. Where there is trust, there will be understanding. And thank you, Gab D'Angelo. I hope to see you again tomorrow as well. You hope to be here to learn more about the beauty of life. Well, the most wonderful thing about life is that you'll find its beauty wherever you go. Either within this live stream or without. And I'll tell you this much. A lot more of life takes place outside this live stream than it does within. Sky Guardian, you share, you like arguing with me, though it makes you happy. Well, with you I have the trust that we'll make amends. We always have done so far. So it doesn't bother me such. You are no stranger to me. Everybody loves Raven. You share, isn't that the truth? Trust. To have meaningful conversations and disagreements. Yeah, mothers are always right. Shares HRH Sunshine. Yes. And if they're not, that means they're not your mother. That's a great proof by contradiction. If mothers are always right, then if they say something wrong, well, they weren't behaving as a mother. Radhe Radhe Nanya. Yeah, you know, there's a unity in our experience, but there's the diversity amidst that unity too. And the exact life that I live is very different from the exact life that you live. And so there's going to be disagreements there for sure. But there's an agreement at a much deeper level that the one experiencing in me is not so very different from the one experiencing in you. Baby Bree, you share love is in a mother, you till she fails, because no matter how heavy the world, there might be a little language barrier here. You may have got cut off by the duration of a TikTok comment. But I feel what you mean nonetheless. Yes, the Mother Earth, very much one with love. And she is with you always, no matter how heavy the world is. Brahma Satyam Jagan Mithya Jivo Brahmaiva Na Apara. Ah, wonderful. What a classic quote that is. I'm glad you like my shirt. Real Oregon United. And thank you for wishing me a wonderful day. May your day also be full of wonder. And thank you, Nunya, for your heartbeat and your cheer you up. Radhe Radhe. And hello, Nix. and the link below. Thank you for your flowers. Jai Sitaram. What time is it for you, Sky Guardian? If you want for the plane to be landed by 10:30, what time is it for you now? Is it 8:45? 7:45? Hello, Brandon Rogers. Hello, David. And I love that quote too, Scott. I am that. Thou art that. All of this is that. From Maharishi. It's 9:45. Oh my goodness. Well, I better start wrapping up the plane soon, I guess. Wrapping up the plane. Cover it in bubble wrap. When we want things to go far places, then we cover it in bubble wrap. We should do so with planes also, right? And Austin, you ask, where am I? It's difficult translating into the first person. Where is my happiest place? My happiest place is here, now. That's a good observation, David. With 64,000 likes, how long have I been on here? You are astute, that's for sure. 3 hours so far. 20,000 likes per hour, I guess. Although I'm sure it varies. Some of you are just really tappy happy, you know? You get tappy happy sometimes and we reach a very big number very quickly. Other times you are tired. But it's never expected, no matter what. Truth is one, though the sages know it as many. From Yasna 12:8 Zoroastrian 1. Oh no, that's not a 1, that's a 9, you believe? Wow. Well, that is also from the Rig Veda. J. Jesus, H. Christ. I like your name. Do I have a left arm? Not since I donated it to charity. No. Nix, you share. You spent 3 days in nature. Sleeping on the ground reminds you of how grateful you are for your bed. Go on. That's so wonderful. I know that our bed is our safe place, and it's important to have a kind of a reverence for it, you know. But sleeping on the ground can be very, very fulfilling also, very grounding, literally. But thank you, Merle, for your 30 roses you sent a minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Brandon, thank you for your heart, me too. Hare Krishna. And Apak, thank you for your 3 roses. Radhe Radhe. Arya, you shared tons of overlap. Zoroaster's Gathas read like King James Version in English too. It's all just translation ways. That's so wonderful that you have spent so much time looking for the unity amidst traditions. I really respect that, and I think you will do great things with this perspective. Hello, Radiohead. I am the Yaminator. Namaste, Anita. Gregard G, you ask, how to make sleeping on ground comfy? I don't know if that's so much of the point, really. I recently have taken all of the memory foam off my mattress. I've made it a much more firm. Because if my bed is so comfy, I'll never get out of it. I've learned that a resting place has to be firm enough so that you want to get out of it in the morning. And actually I feel less sore. It's almost like some rigidity of what you're laying on is sturdy enough for you to relax into. I'm not sure if I have the right words to explain it right now. And Arya, you share that you do great things if A, you weren't an autistic nerd, and B, ego death has made you non-egotistic. So I don't think that either of those things can stop you from doing great things. There have been many great autistic nerds and many great things done by those with very small egos still. Chelsea, you suffer from comfy bed syndrome. Oh yes, CBS. Oh, it's something that a lot of us in the West, we struggle with. It's true though, we have so much comfort in our lives that it's hard to be comfortable in discomfort. At the moment any discomforting things happen, so too the moment we become unhappy. But it's possible to be happy even amidst discomfort. Yes, that's a great way of putting it, Marcy. Solid enough to provide structural support for them langly limbs. I do have langly limbs, don't I? Now, where hath our music gone? Oh yeah. It crashed because I deleted the song. That was much louder than all the rest. But that's okay. I can just restart it now. I'm surprised my TikTok live studio hasn't crashed yet. Normally it crashes once. I'm surprised my TikTok live studio hasn't crashed yet. Normally it crashes once. Out, you're about to, then wrote this. Yes. No, we have to embrace our unique strengths. They are God-given. It's not egotistical to be yourself. Only if you're serving yourself and only yourself, and not anyone else. But as long as you are doing something with the service of others. Oh, I'm in the void. What happened? That was a coincidence. This isn't a crash. This was my phone charger, which is used to distribute the bits from my phone camera to my computer. Oh, oops, I closed it too fast. There. Now you get to see my yard. There's a hammock, cherry tree. Sandy! Mr. Beans! Oh, Mr. Beans. Yes, you're so cute. Oh my goodness. Where's your brother? Where is he? Somewhere in there. Oh, he's in the hammock above you. I see his shadow. I see shadow. A big lump in there. Kitty! Alright, Arya, you share that you have a multi-faith spiritual rap/rock album, July 12th, and 4 books you're waiting to publish. Thank you for expressing yourself. I love to hear that. That's wonderful. Chelsea, you share that this is such a cute look. I should take a selfie while the sun is still out. Or it's not out yet, while the sun is out. Flowers, hat, it's a look. Well, thank you. It's a look that gets to be immortalized in this live stream and in the memories of all of you. I'm not one to take selfies normally. Nor pictures at all, really. But now that I remember the sun's not out, I don't have to wear the sun hat anymore. And APOC, you say, wait, what? Wait, I have a cat named Sandy. You used to have a cat named Sandy while growing up. Aw, yes indeed. Sandy Beans, the one and only. And HRH, you share that we say yard, you say garden. Well, the yard is where the grass is, but where there's flowers and other bushes, that's a garden. A garden is a part of a yard, but a yard might not have a garden, nor may a garden be attached to a yard. Well, thank you, Talking Kara. You share that you don't comment on things, but you had to say that I'm a beautiful human. Well, thank you for raising your voice to share beauty with me. I'm grateful for that too. Next, you share there's enough vividness in your mind to photos. I concur. Alright, you add, okay guys, you can reach moksha now. No longer bodhisattva. As I shouted you out, you can go to heaven. Well, there's more where that came from. I'm happy to shout all of you out. But a shout out is not necessarily conducive to liberation. You need a shout out not just from me, but from Ishvara, from God. When God shouts you out, you're out of creation and you merge into the Creator. You want me to give you a Fusroda, Marcy? I haven't learned that yet. I haven't sucked up as many dragon souls as required for that. I'm not even on my Fus. How can I row or da? Sunshine, you say that I say freeway, you say motorway. Actually, I say highway. I don't think I've used freeway or motorway. But regardless. You know, one of my biggest pet peeves is America and Britain's dispute over language. It just frustrates the crap out of me. All these Americans saying it like this. All the English saying it like that. I personally just don't care. As long as we understand each other. This is what matters. When we have words that can bridge, let them not divide. Let us express the truth in our hearts, though in different ways we mean the same. Thank you, humble goddess, for your trio of roses and another 22. Hare Krishna. But I shouldn't let it steal my energy like that. This is true. Thank you, Merle, for the reminder. Or an expressway. I guess there's another one. Crazy Teresa Lynn. I think the crazy should be between Teresa and Lynn. You should have the quotes around the crazy. It's like your nickname. Teresa Crazy Lynn. I think that has a nice ring to it. Good night, Chloe Evans. Imagine saying words, starts Greg RG. Nay, tarry the thought of caring. So funny. Arya, you share, if you made me a comic book where I lead the reader to understanding non-duality, would it be okay? That would be fun. I would be happy to read it as well. That sounds sick. Yeah, I concur with Greg RG. Very sick. Radical even. Hello, Mr. Bates. Welcome back. I am doing well. I love you too. Were you wondering, do I have Facebook? No, but my mom does. And Eric, you share. One of these days, you're gonna come in my lives, and you're gonna find me sitting in the jungle like Tarzan. I think that is, yeah, that's an inevitable evolution of this setup. I think you are prophesizing what is going to come to fruition. What's my mom's Facebook? I'm not telling you. You thought everyone had Facebook? No, just the older generations now. It's funny. The younger generations, we don't have Facebook. We got Instagram. And then even the younger generations, they got something new. They got Threads or something, I don't know. You did get the nickname from friends, made you laugh a lot. Humor is your place, so I'm happy to hear that, Teresa. I love that. Humor and humility is good. It's good. I wouldn't happen to have MySpace, would I? How old do you think I am? My goodness. Sky Guardian, you add that if you are old school, you might have Sangha. Wow. So old school that I haven't even heard of it. And if you're ancient, you may have even had ALS. Is that what it's called? ALS. ASL. ASL? AOL. Yeah. That's it. Thank you, Merle. Dansuela, you share. Oh no, you're an older generation. You still have Facebook, but you also have Instagram. Maybe you're not that old. You are an eternal soul with a body that is ever new. All your cells dividing each day. You are caught between being ever fresh in each moment and having an immortality and eternity of being. Laurel, you shared the ancient ones had carrier pigeons. Yeah, that is true. The original social media. Instead of dressing up your MySpace to look pretty, you dress up your own carrier pigeon. You dye it pink. My carrier pigeon is pink. What color is yours? Yours has a cute hat. Oh yeah, I forgot about Google Hangouts or whatever it was. I don't even remember still. Google tried. You just can't force these things though. It's wonderful how we change as technology changes the way which we can express ourselves. And the way in which we express ourselves, as that changes, so too we change what software we use in order to do so. But the greatest form of social media is one with no intermedia, where it is just face to face, of course. And Merle, you're wondering, what is level 2? You're new? I don't know either. It's part of the software I use to make my lives more interesting, called Tickfinity. You level up by gaining Yam points. What are Yam points, you ask? Well, they're what you need in order to level up. Well, you're a level 2 yammer. Indeed you are. A yammer. Oh, the funny names you have for yourselves. Vive Dharma. Om Namah Shivaya. Telegram is back. Yes, it is. Oh. I'm happy that we can connect with each other at all. You think I hate you, Sky Guardian? You know, I should give you points every time you use the Vachanamrut command. Yes, Humpty Dumpty, I do have a younger sister. And Eric, you share, yeah, and before carrier pigeons, there was the Telegram and Pony Express. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think the carrier pigeon was before all that. Maybe not the Pony Express, though. Emmy Moore, you're wondering, what do I do for a living? I don't. I'm a human being. I'm a human living, not a human doing. We are called human beings, not for what we do, but for what we are. My life is not dependent on what I do, but what I do is dependent on what I am. Without a life, there can be no doing, but even without doing, you still are. Snail Mail shares APOC. Remember when we mailed people? Oh yeah, we haven't mentioned that one yet. I think I love mail. I think it's still nice to just send a letter. You know, I'd happily receive a postcard. That'd be nice. I'd appreciate that. Sky Guardian, you share that Gregar G wants to land the plane. Let's honor his request. Gregar G, you share that Sky wants to call in sick to work and go on longer. Oh, okay. Taste of your own medicine. I see. Yes, we can land the plane soon. Thank you, Colin Michael, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. When is meditation? Asked Alita. We'll do one in just a few minutes. Chelsea, you share your daughter is 20 and mails all the time. I love that. Well, we all can take inspiration from her. Dex, you asked, is soul different than spirit? Personally, I use these words relatively interchangeably. I know that some people differentiate them. You know, I think that the dictionary writers, to give themselves something to do, whenever there are two words that pretty much mean the same thing, they just come up with some distinction so that there's some point in having two different words that mean something very similar. So I think we can blame dictionary writers for making words seem different, giving them purposes in different contexts. But personally, I see that what the word spirit represents is very similar to what the word soul represents. What consciousness represents is very similar to what awareness represents. I use all these words interchangeably. Consciousness, spirit, soul, awareness. But they do have their own flavor to them, don't they? Spirit comes with it a kind of fluidity, a formless aspect. It also has a kind of emotional charge to it, you know, when someone has uplifted spirits or an unconquerable spirit. Soul, I believe, conveys the same concept but in a different flavor. Soul is kind of like this element within you that you are, that is within the embodied, or it is the embodied, it's within the body. Consciousness is much more formal, diplomatic even. Consciousness is the space in which life happens, the witness of all the experiences of the senses and the mind. Awareness is that which emanates, that which illumines all of the senses. But I believe they all refer to the same thing, but in different perspectives. Strong Hammer, you love your Yam-Sock. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. Some of you have been putting your Yam-Socks in very strange places. For example, Aquarius Lady, you put your Yam-Sock on a dog the other day. That was funny. Thank you for your tiny too. Yippee! Yes, this is a literal Yam-Sock. And thank you, Juvenal, for your balloons. Yeah, my shirt is kind of like fractally, isn't it? Glad you like it, Vive Dharma. But welcome back, Strong Hammer. I'm happy you find soothing qualities here for you, Emmy Mower. And who was it that asked? Where is soul? Asked Talita. You cannot answer this question, because the soul does not have a location. The best you can do is everywhere or nowhere. Or you take the common word here from both of them. But it's never there. Soul is here. Consciousness is the space. You ask, where is space? Well, it's all around us. At the same time, it's nowhere. Because it by itself is what gives rise to location. Relative to space, all things have a place. But the soul itself has none. So I mentioned that I begin landing the plane, so I'm going to do so. Okay, so I wanted to ask you all a question of the day, and then do a short reading, followed by a little bit of a meditation for us to do. We're going to watch a video. But my question for you today is, what makes everyone so special? And I'm asking you. from your own special perspective, your own unique experience of life. Toxic, you share their light, love in their souls. I like that. I like that a lot. That is very special, isn't it? Thank you for your quartet of roses as well, and a finger heart you sent. Radhe oh Radhe. Dalita, you share that Descartes said the pineal gland. Well, the pineal gland is in the soul. Let me put it like that. It's not that the soul is anywhere in our body. Our body is in our soul. It is the space of life itself, and not any object. And thank you, Apak, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Jared, thank you for your stinging bee. I hope it doesn't sting me. Then again, if it stings me, then it means it can't sting any of you. So I'll take the hit for you. Jai Siddharam. Snooks, you share their noses. We are very unique in our noses, aren't we? And hello, Mats. And Toxic, you add, yes, your favorite is seeing their true beauty. Couple of nomads, you share that everyone has their own story. That's so true. Being authentic, shares Debbie Len. Babblefishy, you share that we are unique like snowflakes. That's a beautiful sentiment. And thank you, Toxic, for another finger heart. And John Simon, thank you for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Toxic, you share that my soul is so bright. Never before have we met another. Have you met another with such a beautiful glow? Oh, all the light you see in me is but a reflection of that light source within you. And I love that eclectic tea. They are all different aspects of God. You like that analogy, Apak, of the snowflake? Me too. Gregard G, you share answer? Source. Because they divided into 8 billion unique parts to experience differences. And that's just the human differences. What about the lovely felines like you, Sandy? Yeah. My buddy? Mm-hmm. You're special too? Yeah. Free will shares crossfires, that's true. Free will literally means that we can do something different than what other people are doing. Abby baby, you share there will never be another you, and the odds of you being you is one in eternity in this universe. One in eternity. I love that expression. I'm gonna have to learn from that and use it too. John Simon Ritchie, you share that everyone has its own unique point of view, which is divine, but still part of the one. This is me, this is you. Now that we got that settled, you shared that our ability and choice to heal makes us special. I love that. And Dalita, you share what we give is special. That's so true. Thank you, Merle. I'm glad to have met you too. And thank you for finding beauty in me, bright eyes. And Nikki. Thank you both. Love Sandy. I love you, Sandy. You know how many people love you? Sandy says, yes, infinite. Everyone loves me. Only a cat can own how worthy they are of love. For any other being in the universe, it would come across as egotistical. Maybe a baby to a small child. Everyone loves me. Yes. And thank you, John Simon, for your heart me too. Radhe o Radhe. Emmy Maurer, you share that the way you see the color red could be different than how others see the color red. Definitely. And that's a beautiful thought. And Julia, you share their unique life story and what they made out of it, their thoughts about humanity and the world. Those are all very special. Aquarius Lady, you just got a kitten. It was homeless. Oh my goodness. I demand kitten photos immediately. And Don Suela, you share because everyone has the ability to give love to one another. Very special indeed. Bohemian is my accent. I don't know what a Bohemian accent sounds like. No, I call it Canadian mixed with neurodivergency and childhood speech impediment and listening to a lot of Indian teachers. Hello, Rockstar. I think I have a Yam accent. I think I'm unique in it. A Yam accent. I already said thanks earlier. Oh, is it the same one as that you sent earlier? It's hard for me to tell on my screen whether these are new gifts coming through or not. But nonetheless, I extend my gratitude to you 2 times over. And you're Canadian too. Oh. I'm happy to have you here. Salutation, you share that you pretend to have a retainer in with saliva and say the word sweet potato a lot. Sweet potato. Sweet potato. Sweet potato. Sweet potato. I don't know what it sounds like to have a retainer. I can try. Goodbye, Mara. Thank you for being here with me. Maybe next time you can teach me how to pronounce your name so I can say it better. And thank you, Strawberry Star Bunny, for your rose and rosa. Radhe o Radhe. Wow, Don Suela and Greg RG have the same portmanteau idea for a yak scent. I have a yap scent too. I be yapping. Thank you, Rockstar, for your trio of roses. And Toxic, thank you for your finger heart. Radhe o Radhe. And Joanna, you share, we're all one, sharing the same experience. Different bodies, different perspectives. I love that. And hello, Pheromone. Good to meet you again, my friend. And Valerie, you share that our laugh makes us special. I be yamming. Not just yapping. Thank you, Pheromone, for your heart me and 15 roses. Jai Sitaram. Alright, I'm very grateful for this question of the day. It's so amazing how many ways we are special, and how many ways we are special because we are so similar to one another. You know, that we have something that's the same within all of us, and that oneness gives rise to such a diversity. Thank you, John Simon. I love you too. And I am doing well, Mark. Thank you. And good night, Jazz It Up. And when I walk, I be yambulating. And Don Suela, you're not sure what level 3 means, but you're grateful. It means you got enough yam points to go on to the next level. So I'd love to read to you all, and then we're going to watch a nice video that Sky Guardian was so excited to share. Is the most I've ever seen him excited. So I really look forward to this video. It's by his guru. But before talking more about that, let me prepare our reading for the day, for the night. Today we are going to read from the 4th chapter of In Love at Ease, which is all about embracing all. It's about a particular figure known as Pramukh Swami, who is so lovely. He was literally in love at ease all the time. This chapter is all about how he embraced everyone, especially those whose voices weren't heard, those in minorities, those who weren't being recognized by their superiors. Let us learn from his selflessness here. India's ancient social order was meant to be a fluid system that allowed mobility for individuals, but also a shifting scale of power and import for the entire varnas, the social classes, also called castes. Some of you may have heard of them. There are ample examples of both types of mobility and flexibility from different time periods and geographic regions on the subcontinent. That system came to be perverted and sedimented over time by those from within society who were hoarding more power, and later foreign colonial powers who found it more beneficial to prescribe permanent value and station to the varnas. This aided these new foreign rulers in understanding and governing their newly acquired colonial assets. Important markers of Indic social life, such as mutual respect, empathy, and generosity, eroded over time, and the Varna, which is the caste, and the Jati system manifested as a power structure which marginalized entire communities. These perversions eventually led to widespread injustice that was combated from within and outside the Hindu community. The Bhakti poets, those poets that wrote about loving devotion, from the 15th century through 19th centuries, the Sikh gurus, and many other social and spiritual reformers played a major role in the fight against this marginalizing system. They supported the subaltern within the community and resisted the atrocities in the name of religion, faith, and tradition. Bhagwan Swaminarayan was one of many prominent social reformers who fought back against the effects of this social system in the late 18th and early 19th century. His social reform work in Gujarat caught the attention of community leaders from within the Hindu tradition as well as British colonial rulers. He integrated Dalit and Adivasi communities into mainstream society. He did not just restore their access to temple rituals and worship, but also visited their homes, spoke to them, ate with them, and lived with them. Bhagwan Swaminarayan clearly stipulated that he did not discriminate between humans of different varnas, jatis, genders, and religions. His sadhus and bhaktas, monks and devotees, followed in his footsteps, bringing about a social revolution that would shape Western India and its diaspora for the next 2 centuries. By promoting social class integration, women's education and equality, and mutual respect between religious communities, at least 2 important British historians and travelers, William Hodge Mill and Bishop Reginald Heber, have noted that Bhagwan Swaminarayan had disciples from all varnas, from all castes, and that he integrated them into his community. The scholars note that these distinctions of social order were mere cardinal ordinance, and that Bhagwan Swaminarayan taught his disciples that they should look for judgment according to their works and actions, and not birth. Pramukh Swami Maharaj continued this wave of reform and integration at an even faster and bolder pace. Like Bhagwan Swaminarayan, Swamishri advocated for the upliftment of these ostracized communities and provided them with the resources needed to integrate into urban society, access modern education institutions, and maintain healthy and safe lifestyles. The following interactions share Swamishri's longing to see, hear, and love those who the rest of society would not dare touch. To embrace all, one must place special emphasis on the all. Swamishri was meeting bhaktas after breakfast in Sarangpur. The line of bhaktas kept moving, but two young adults stood at the back of the room. Swamishri kept looking at them from a distance. He gestured them to come to the front of the room, but they politely refused with their hands. The Guru insisted and called out to them, "Please, come near me. I would like to see you and speak to you." One of them responded hesitantly, "We are the cleaners in the mandir, the house of worship. We will have your darshan from afar." Swamishri would not give up so easily. "Come here, next to me. You can come. There are no restrictions. We are all God's children, and our Atmans, our souls, are the same." Swamishri placed his hands on their heads. They wanted Swamishri to place a kanti, which is a rosary mala, tulsi beads, worn around the neck by Hindus, around their necks, and initiate them into the community. But he wanted to learn more about them. "Tell me about your families and lifestyle. Do you drink and chew tobacco?" The conversation continued until they agreed to stop spending their hard-earned money on their alcohol and tobacco addictions. Swamishri not only fit in with them, he also wanted a better, healthier lifestyle for them. On another occasion in Sarangpur, a group of youths was standing apart from the larger crowd. Swamishri immediately called out to them and asked why they were standing so far away from him and everyone else. They responded, "Papa, we are Dalits," which is the original term for self-identification, which was used by the youths in this instance. Oh, my apologies. Actually, the word they use in reality for self-identification, which was used by the youths in this instance, is now considered an offensive slur, and accordingly the term has been replaced with the term prescribed by law. So they said something worse than Dalits. I don't know what that was, but they were slurring against themselves. We do not want to offend anyone. Swamishri was moved. "I am a Dalit too. We are all Dalits. We are all the same in God's eyes. Come stand with me and the rest of us. I will be offended if you do not come near me." The gradual, willful misunderstanding of these social orders by the social and religious elite led to clear demarcations and segregation of activities and access in everyday life. Dalits were considered untouchables, and therefore many wealthy and elite members of society would not touch, sit, live, or eat with them. I do think I know what word they were referring to. I didn't know it was a slur though. Swamishri did all of those things with ease and instructed others to do the same. As shown throughout the second chapter, Swamishri's love and attention stood the test of time, over decades and at times over generations. Embracing all is to stand by the unnoticed and to do so repeatedly. Rakesh Bhai Patel is a systems automation engineer in Atlanta. While writing the draft of this book, I met him on one of my long walks on the BAPS Mandir campus in Atlanta, Georgia. He shared an interaction he witnessed over 2 decades ago between Swamishri and his father's, Arvind Bhai Patel's gardener, in Vidyanagar, Gujarat. Swamishri arrived at Arvind Bhai's home late one night after traveling through several nearby villages. Neighbors and family members had gathered for Swamishri's darshan. Swamishri noticed Ramji from the village of Ashi, standing a few feet away in the garden area. Swamishri looked past all of those near him and reached out to the distant Ramji. Ramji moved a few steps forward but hesitated coming any closer. Swamishri approached him and placed his hand on Ramji's shoulder. "Why won't you come near me? There are no restrictions among God's children. We are family, united by the divine." Ramji loosened up and bowed down, but Swamishri raised him up and gave him a warm hug. As Swamishri sat down for dinner, he instructed the sadhus to make space for Ramji to sit right across from him with the other members of Arvind Bhai's family. Ramji was thrilled. Never before had he dined with a world-renowned Hindu guru, or even his employer. Swamishri integrated society by example. By eating with Ramji, Swamishri instructed all those who may have believed in the false rigidities and orthopraxies of the social order system, to move past these discriminatory practices and fully embrace those nearest to them. Swamishri's love and attention for Ramji continued into the next generation. 5 years later, Ramji was preparing for his daughter's wedding. He was hoping that Swamishri would be in a nearby village so that he could receive the Guru's blessing for the wedding, but he did not have the courage to ask him to change his plans. Swamishri must have read his mind, because he changed his schedule from Bochasan to the village of Kavita, which was only a few kilometers from where the marriage was going to be held. Ramji came to Kavita to see Swamishri on the morning of the wedding. Swamishri was surprised to see him. "So early, Ramji. What is going on today? A big day?" Ramji was elated that he had noticed him again. "Swamishri, today is my daughter's wedding. I came to get your blessings." Swamishri was in the middle of his morning exercise routine. He grabbed Ramji's hand and asked him to walk with him. He released a barrage of questions upon him. "Ramji, how many people are you expecting? What is on the menu? How many sweets have you organized? Do you have enough money? How can I help? Do you have the appropriate attire for your daughter? Are you expected to give clothes or jewelry to your in-laws in line with your community's customs? Have you made arrangements for the patrala, which are plant leaves used as plates in villages?" Swamishri was panting from the long string of questions and fast-paced walking. Ramji, too, was trying to keep up with Swamishri's pace of queries and steps. Swamishri reassured Ramji that he would help if the costs exceeded his expectations. "Sorry, but I must leave for Ahmedabad in a few hours. But senior sadhus will come to bless your son-in-law. Please let me know how everything goes today. I am with you, dear friend. I am glad our daughter has found a suitable partner." Swamishri not only stood by Ramji but also his daughter. He remained sensitive to the customs in Ramji's community and provided accordingly. To embrace all is to understand people's needs, to give them what they need, and not force upon them what it is that you want to give. And let's pause our reading of In Love at ease there for now. So thank you for listening. And now we are coming to the final part of today's Sangha, which is a meditation. JJ, you share, you're sure I've been asked this before, but why do I talk like that? I am a little saddened to hear the question phrased this way. Why do you talk like that? Why? I don't know. This is how I talk. I'm neurodivergent in many ways, and I pick up accents from people around me and those that I look up to. And having a speech impediment when I was younger, I spent a lot of time trying to become more pronounced and have more clear diction and enunciation. So I think all of that has led to me speaking in a very unique way. And I am sorry if it seems offensive to anyone, because I definitely don't intend on speaking the way I do. This is just how I speak. But thank you to those who sent a gift whilst I read. Oh, Pheromone, thank you for your subscription. I am delighted to have you here, and I very much look forward to continue connecting with you. And hopefully I'll have some more stickers in the sticker pack that comes with it for Sandy and Shadow, my 2 kittens near me. And Scott, thank you for your community fest. Arion Tatsat. And John, thank you for your 7 roses too. John F. Radhe Radhe. And Babel Fishy, thank you for your quintet of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, John Simon, for your 9 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Chelsea, thank you for your friendship necklace. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. $, you're wondering, do I know a safe mantra you can use to recite mentally each time you breathe in or out? Yes, some mantras, they have qualifications, but the ones that are just names of the divine, anyone can chant. Instead of mantra japa, that's called nama japa. Personally, every time I breathe in and breathe out, I use the Maha Mantra. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. But thank you to those who are affirming my voice. I appreciate that. I am not attached to the sound of my own voice, but I do want to be sure that you can understand me through it. That's what's most important to me. And that I can express all my love for you through it. So, as I said, we're at the end of today's Sangha, and Sky Guardian, who sends me a lot of things for us to meditate on, sent me this, and he was the most excited I've ever seen him to share this. This is a video from his guru, Swami Taratmanandaji, who has blessed our Sangha in many ways. I haven't watched this video yet, it just came out today, so I'll set it up for us, and we can watch it together. And thank you for telling me the book cover is still there. We'll turn it off now. It might take me a moment since I forgot to have it open. Just navigating to our messages, Sky Guardian, so I can find it for everyone. I appreciate everyone's patience in the meanwhile. Okay. Here we are. Now I will turn down the background music so that we can hear this. Okay. Thank you everyone for your patience. Now I've got it. Should be up on the screen. Yes. Okay. So as you can probably see, this is from a video called Tathastu, which is a Sanskrit word that conveys the concept of unconditional acceptance. And I guess we're listening to a part of the video that's described in the parentheses here with a Sanskrit hymn by Swami Taratmananda. As a scholar of Sanskrit, he has written a hymn in an ancient language for our modern times. So I look forward to listening to this with all of you. This will be our meditation.
Vasantam parityajya dharma sharacha. As springtime surrenders to summer and fall, in antam grisitva piratri pratana, and sunsets are swallowed by night's murky sprawl. Jaramrityu janmani ko varjayeta. Birth, death, and old age, these none can forestall. Prapanchas tvaya srishta hitam tatastu. This world was thus fashioned by you, tatastu. Prapanchas tvaya srishta hitam tatastu. Jayanto hi labha palantascha nasho. Our gains lead to losses, each loss to some gain. Dhruvam siddhya siddhi yatha varshapata. Successes and failures are certain as rain. Yatha karma jata sato no dvajeran. Such karma we're born with, no scope to complain. Prapanchas tvaya srishta hitam tatastu. This world was thus fashioned by you, tatastu. Prapanchas tvaya srishta hitam tatastu. Yada satyamarga narastu pramanti. While treading the true path of dharma we stray. Tata kutsite sankate havatanti. Immersed in deep quagmires of discord we play. Tada dushta kinna punar hyagatascha. Then weary and soiled, regaining our way. Prapanchas tvaya srishta hitam tatastu. This world was thus fashioned by you, tatastu. Prapanchas tvaya srishta hitam tatastu. Jayam kamayanya parajiyate cha. One hungry for triumph who suffers defeat. Jagat Sandhyajan Nirasha Samohi renounces the world with despondent deceit. Punaf Tamayan tu prayatnam karoti, but cravings return and again he competes. Prapanchas tvaya srishta hittam tatastu, this world was thus fashioned by you, tatastu. Prapanchas tvaya srishta hittam tatastu. Avidya sajatasya kama prachanda, all born with avidya can feel kama's roar. Tata karma sanjayate tat palancha, such kama breeds karma and pala to store. Dhruvam janma sajnanam Yeva Bhuya, which leads to rebirth with avidya once more. Prapanchas tvaya srishta hittam tatastu, this world was thus fashioned by you, tatastu. Prapanchas tvaya srishta hittam tatastu. Sabhikshu Saraja Sabheko Bhijata, reborn as a beggar, a king or a toad. Swadharma Charantascha Muktin Yatante, we strive for contentment and shoulder our load. Tato Brahma Nirvanam Richanti Sarve, till merging with Brahman, the highest abode. Prapanchas tvaya srishta hittam tatastu, this world was thus fashioned by you, tatastu. Prapanchas tvaya srishta hittam tatastu.
Thank you for listening. What a wonderful meditation. Swamiji is very talented in both his Sanskrit pronunciation and, well, poetry. I think that was one of the biggest motivations for me learning Sanskrit, is that one day I would do exactly that, write poetry in such an ancient language. So Swamiji is a big role model for me in that regard, definitely. And I love hearing the Sanskrit translation sung as well. That's a nice addition too. Yeah, Swamiji is definitely very talented, and his ability to record and edit videos. Of course, having a background in computer science definitely helps. As he was an American computer engineer or consultant, I'm not exactly sure, somewhere in the area of computer science before becoming order. So thank you for sharing that, Sky Guardian. That was wonderful. Just came out today, and it's there on the Arsha Bodha Center YouTube channel. ABC, Arsha Bodha Center. And Lena, you wanted to say hello, but you typed in heal. Well, both the salutation and the concept of healing have a lot in common. As we say hello, we are healed in a way, as we are affirmed for our being as we are. And as we heal, we also say hello to so many parts of ourselves that are vulnerable, that we've kept hidden, even from ourselves. And yes, great memory, Chelsea. That is the same author from Roar the Ganges, the book that we read before starting to read the In Love at Ease book by Yogi Trivedi. Thank you, Lena, for your quintet of tiny dinies too. Yippee! And Tasha Van Willigan. I like your name. Thank you, Tasha, for your rose. Radhe. And Joanna, thank you for your finger heart, your quintet of community fests, and a quintet of roses, and a tiny diny. Yippee! Thank you, Shay, for sending good tidings to me and my partner. Who's my partner? Is it you, Sandy? You must be my partner. Yes. Yes, you. Yeah, I love you. And your brother, Shadow, who is licking himself. Yes, you guys are partners in crime, that's for sure. Or maybe Sky Guardian, you're my business partner. I don't know. They're very cute. Yeah, Sandy's just looking at me with love eyes. Or maybe he's looking at all the roses around me. He loves eating these. I'll show you this too, actually, because it's pretty funny. There's just so many rose petals on the ground near the catio. Because what he does is he reaches out and he yoinks the flowers off the tree, off the bush, and he shakes them until the flower petals drop. And then he takes his paws and he snatches up the flower petals and he gobbles them up. He's full of them. See, other cats, they're full of soup. He's full of flower petals, which I think is pretty beautiful if you think about it. He's a flower-tarian. He's doing his best job. Yes, you are. He's got flower breath. Yeah, he actually smells amazing. It's crazy. I've never smelled a cat that just smells so good. You know, I just smell his fur and it just emanates with flowery fragrance. And you know, I've never put two and two together, but now I think I know why. He must be absorbing the flower fragrance. And how it emanates from him. Mm-hmm. And he says thank you for the rose too. Exactly. Yeah. If only I could give those digital roses you sent me to Sandy as well. And thank you, Lena, for your 5 disco loves. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Chastity, you shared that you just rescued 5 kittens. Aww. And I'm sure they love you for that. The cat distribution system is still working as intended. Good for you. That's wonderful. They have how many lives among them? 9 per cat. 45 lives there. Sheesh. Lots of trouble they're going to get into. The roses were for Sandy, didn't you know? Share strawberry star bunny. Yeah, exactly. Billy, you shared that you learned today the 3 C's of vulnerability. Courage, compassion, and connection. I love that. Yeah. Sometimes we might convey courage as diametrically opposite of vulnerability. But no, it takes a lot of courage to be vulnerable. Compassion. Yeah, compassion for oneself when they're vulnerable and for others who are vulnerable. And connection. Vulnerability only exists relative to someone else. Connection is so important. And vulnerability is a great way in which we forge connections. That's beautiful, Chastity. Thank you for sharing that. What about the dog distribution system? It's a good question. Yeah. We don't talk about the dog distribution system, but there are definitely some miraculous ways people have come into contact with little puppies. But cats especially. I don't know what it is about them, but people just find them in the strangest places. And cats, they just wander into your home and they're like, yeah, this is my home now. Ah, yes, I remember now, Chastity. You were talking about your schizophrenic boyfriend and how to help and love someone. And I'm so happy to hear that you're still helping and loving them, being with them. That's wonderful. And you found your kitties as you were walking to go see them. That's so special. Meant to be, definitely. And I think my favorite part about that is that because you're going to see someone important to you, special to you, then these kitties were on the path there. So it was definitely meant to be, both in your relationship and with these new furry friends. And thank you, July Moonchild, for your rosa. Radhe, Radhe. Alright, now Sky Guardian, you go to bed for your work tomorrow. And Dreamweaver, you like the theory that cats collectively self-domesticated for a cushier life. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but they deserve it. I don't get it. I don't get why they deserve it, but they do. And Leah, you share that you might be starting a new job and you feel very vulnerable. Speaking of vulnerability, and you hope you meet their expectations. Ah. And Leah, you share that you might be starting a new job and you feel very vulnerable. Speaking of vulnerability, and you hope you meet their expectations. Ah. Rama, Rama, Hare, Hare. Okay, I'm back. I am back. Sorry, my live stream setup seems to crash from time to time. But the good news is I know how to re-enter the stream whenever it goes. Yeah. But as I was sharing... Oh, now it disconnected for a different reason. That was good timing, wasn't it? It disconnected this time for Wi-Fi, just as I came back. I hope I'm back. Do let me know. I don't actually know if I am. The good news is we're going to end the stream rather shortly, any minute now. So, I'm back? Okay, good. I was going to share with Leah that I hope you shatter everyone's expectations. Don't just meet people's expectations, shatter them. Open them up. Don't just confirm their worldview. Open it to include you. Regardless of what happens, I know it will be a beneficial experience for you and everyone. Alright, but yes. We thank you everyone for being a part of this Sangha today. Hopefully we'll be back tomorrow. Striving for an earlier time for my audience who's normally watching very late at night or in the middle of the night. I will be uploading this to my Yam-Socks Lives YouTube channel, as well as other alternatives, all linked in the link tree in my bio. So I hope you get the most out of it there. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, the Divine Mother and Father within all of you that I look up to. Thank you. And I love that G to infinity. Exactly. Create something no one expects. Be so authentically you that they'll have no choice but to drop their expectations. And thank you, the link below, for your wonderful flowers. Hariom Tatsat. Thank you, Danswaila. Much love to you, everyone. May you have a wonderful rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, night. Maybe you are transcendent. I'm going to try that word again. Maybe you have transcended time. Maybe you are at the North Pole where there is no time zone. The North Pole, it only has 2 times, winter and summer. I think that's funny. So, regardless of what time it is for you, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your present moments. And before we go, I must give you Sandy Darshan. There he is. Sandy's blessing you all with his eyes closed. It means he loves you. So much love. Okay. May you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Flower Cat blesses you. Peace out.